opening Commemoration Symposium and the first visiting scholar workshop. It's my great and utmost pleasure to offer the opening remark at this very important event. I'd like to first express my particular gratitude to His Excellency Jang Jae-guk, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to India, and His Excellency Amit Kumar, Ambassador of India to the Republic of Korea, Mr. Skan Tayar, President of Indo-ROK Friendship Association and former Ambassador of India to the Republic of Korea, and Dr. Mohan Kumar, Dean of OP Jindal Global University and former chairperson of Research and Information System for developing countries for their participation. And the last but never the least, I'd like to introduce Professor Dean Dr. Wee Jang-hee, former president of my institution KIEP. I'm very happy to invite him here because when he was the president, he opened the first KIEP foreign office in Beijing, and this Delhi office from the KIEP is the second foreign office, and it's a special, I think, meaning that Dr. Wee Jang-hee joined us to celebrate this event. Let me briefly introduce the meaning of this Delhi office. As most of you will be aware, that KIEP is a public think tank focusing on international macro, finance, trade and investment, and area studies, development cooperation, and also recently security studies as well. So we are dealing with all kinds of international policy issues, and the aiming at the advising the Korean government on international policy issue, and also we think that we are the kind of the liaison, the academics and the publics to arise the interest and strategy interest on the Korean public. After we tried to open this Delhi office since around, I think, 2009-10, when the two countries established the setup between the two countries. And we tried to open this Delhi office for more than 10 years. And finally, we get now we are here. I'm very happy that we can open this Delhi office in my tenure as the president. And I really would like to thank all the people who made an honest effort to opening this Delhi office, including Dr. Jo Sung-jae and many persons who are working for the KIEP. And also, I would like to express special gratitude to the governments who support us in opening this office. The opening of this office is very timely, I think. India has come into the global limelight now. India recently overtook the United Kingdom as the world's fifth largest economy, and it's expected to become the third largest economy maybe in 10 years, overtaking Japan and Germany. This year, India will hold a G20 meeting and will play a pivotal role in coordinating diverse views on global issues. This year is also 5th anniversary of the establishment of Korea and India's formal diplomatic relations. The Republic of Korea sees India as a key economic and security partner for the next 50 years. Korea's recent Indo-Pacific strategy established plans to maintain and strengthen our special strategic relationship with India. I look forward to discussing key issues in the Indo-Pacific Era with many people in the keynote session, especially Mr. Mohan Kumar. I was participating in the Raisina dialogue last week, and then I really recognized and realized that India's power to host this kind of very international forum. Most of the countries from the world and foreign ministers come together, and we talked about many global issues, and also regional issues as well, including Indo-Pacific. And I found that India has a very important role in tuning all of these kind of very, very complicated the conundrums now we are now facing in this multiple crises. So this year, I think that India's role and India's role and India's contribution to the international society is enormous. Then I hope that India would have a very, very important and pivotal role from now on. Of course, before that, India was also the major country of the world. Between the two countries, the first step of collaboration is, of course, to understand one another's situation, strengths, and needs. In this regard, my institution, KIEP, has been working hard to comprehend India's prospects and policies in diverse areas. I will highlight some topics of interest. At KIEP, we have observed India's industrialization effort with particular attention. As the world has experienced the disruption over recent years due to the pandemic, military conflicts and trade wars between major economies, India has emerged as a promising manufacturing hub. Many global companies expect India to help them manage the global value chain risk. This view is not only the result of shifting geopolitics, but also that of the Indian government's obvious effort to improve the business environment. A few days ago, I made a visit to BJP, whose leadership, and I met the national president of BJP, and I'm deeply impressed by the leadership of the BJP, and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi's contribution to this society, this country. And so we are thinking that we have a lot of the routes for cooperation between the two countries in terms of the manufacturing sector, manufacturing cooperation as well. We are also closely examining India's vibrant labor market. This year, India became the world's most populous country. Congratulations. Yeah. Now the population is the power of the country, of the world. For India to enjoy its population dividend, job creation in high-value adding sectors is the key. The shift of labor from agriculture to industrial and service sectors is a widely known development path, though it does not occur automatically. Effective market mechanism to allocate the resources and educate the infrastructure to improve the competitiveness of those resources are all outcomes of government policies. While India has already made impressive progress over recent decades, I believe that Korea will be able to contribute to India's future leapfrogging by sharing our experience. We are also interested in the spectacular energy transformation that is taking place now in India. India is racing towards zero emission by 2070. Through investment combined with large land, plentiful labor, and reliable sunshine and wind, India now has the lowest solar and the second lowest wind power cost in the world. The government also aims to increase the green hydrogen production and stimulate the manufacturing of solar modules, wind turbines, and energy storage units. I believe India and Korea has much to learn from one another's green policies and will be able to benefit from stronger cooperation. Finally, we are closely monitoring India's regional relations. India's regional influence goes beyond its size. India is dedicating significant energy in strengthening trade, investment, and development cooperation with neighboring countries and active East policy. During the pandemic, India offered the vaccines to its neighbors and is now offering financial aid to countries suffering from economic crisis caused by rising fuel and food prices and tightening monetary conditions. India is also the driving force behind some regional groupings such as the SAARC, BIMSTEC, and Beijing initiative, which will have linkages to the various Indo-Pacific strategy. Today, KIEP researchers will share their view on these four important issues that are shaping India, namely industrialization, labor market development, energy revolution, and regional hegemony. On top of showcasing the KIEP's research on India, today's symposium aims to show how the Delhi office may act as a bridge between India and Korea's scholars by holding the first visiting scholar workshop. Today, we have invited Indian scholars who have visited us in the past. They are there, and conducted research at our institutions in Korea. Since these scholars are knowledgeable about both India and Korea, we expect to hear interesting ideas about how two countries can strengthen our friendship. Starting from today's workshop, we hope that the Delhi office will act as an important venue for moving India-Korea relations forward. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, once again, I'd like to welcome and thank all our speakers and the participants here today. I hope you have enjoyable and a memorable time at this symposium. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Esteemed Hong Chun Kim, President of KIEP, Mr. Sanjay Board, Professor Yu Jung Hee, Mr. Amit Kumar, various dignitaries, friends, scholars I see in the audience. I join the President of KIEP in welcoming you as well as for very warm congratulations to KIEP for opening this office in New Delhi to look after the ways in which Korea-India economic contact can advance in the years to come. We of course have a special strategic partnership. Partnership has been going very well. But the foundation of this strategic partnership is really economic. And more and better and new avenues need to be found for this economic pathway which we have taken. It is the Indo-Pacific Era. Many of you participated in the Raisina dialogue. Just before that was the G20 Foreign Ministers Conference. All of us in Asia, around the globe, want a very stable, a very peaceful Indo-Pacific region. We all know there are forces which are trying to disturb the status quo. You have a neighbor in the north. Every week there is some new development there which is not very welcome. There are other forces, powerful forces which are trying to disturb the status quo. But all of us Asians have to, must realize that the strong economic progress, growth, development of the last 20, 30, 40 years of East Asia rests on peace and tranquility in the region, and that must not be disturbed. And in that quest, India and the Republic of Korea are very strong partners. The economies are facing new headwinds, Ukraine-Russia war, COVID, and the new challenges of food, fuel, and fertilizers, and how India is trying to articulate the views, concerns of the global south. All of you are very much aware of that. And this is a very right time to open this office in New Delhi, because India is now on a growth path which is really very, very impressive. Very soon we will be the third largest economy, 1.3 billion people. I am not sure whether we are very proud of it, but yes, that's the fact. for being the largest population in the world, because it poses fresh challenges for our leadership to give employment for our youth, etc. But what I would like to suggest to the economists who are looking at policies, international economic relations, that India is very unique in many ways. And any recommendation, advice, policy prescription has to be customized for India. Whatever has been happening with other countries will not work. We have our own priorities, and I am absolutely convinced that the priorities of Korean companies, Korean government, Korean institutions can gel very well with Indian priorities and can be a very good synergy for India's economic growth. 90s, the first wave of Korean investment came, and that led to this revolution in our consumer electronics. Samsung, LG, Hyundai, it revolutionized our consumer market. And now, the new India and new world, the new challenges would come from AI maybe, or new sources of energy. So the partnership has to get another dimension of innovation, green energy, green hydrogen, solar power, artificial intelligence, this and that. And I'm very happy that already a lot of work is being done. And I just met Professor Vijay Park of India Korea Center for Research and Innovation. That is a lot of work is being done. The Prime Minister has been saying that the innovation, science and technology, new technology, that is the way to go. Another good development was that very recently Korea SME and Startup Agency has had a very good MOU with National Small Industries Corporation and Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer in IIT Delhi. So that is a very fresh, new and very timely look and how to take India, Republic of Korea, economic partnership based on new technologies, innovation and skill development. Esteemed colleagues, the world is changing very rapidly. Technology is moving in unexpected directions, and economies must adopt those technologies as well as adapt to those technologies. I am confident that the KIEP office in Delhi will inject new energy to our academic interaction and give very solid inputs for our policymakers, both in India and the Republic of Korea, working with a network of very able think tanks and research institutions which are in India. And all this will be a fresh energy and input for our comprehensive economic partnership. Thank you very much. I once again congratulate KIEP for the Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yu Jang-hee, a Professor Emeritus of Ewha Women's University in Korea, and the former Chief Economic Advisor to the President of Korea. I also was the President of KIEP from 1992 to 1997. I'm extremely happy to give my congratulations remarks to all of you who are participating in this commemorating symposium for opening the Delhi office of Korean Institute for International Economic Policy. Let me first convey my gratitude to President Kim Hung-jong of KIEP, Dr. Cho Chung-jae, the first director of the Delhi office, Mr. Chang Jae-ho, the Korean ambassador to India, Mr. Amit Kumar, Indian ambassador to Korea, Mr. Scan Tata, a former Indian ambassador to Korea, and Mr. Harsh V. Tringla, Chief Coordinator of G20, for their coordination to support for opening this commemorative symposium, without which this symposium could not have been possible. I also would like to thank all the participants and the presenters and discussants and other distinguished guests who I'm sure will make this symposium lively and fruitful. Today's world, as you all know, is surrounded by many different kinds of risks and uncertainties that were rarely seen since the World War II. Some are caused by natural disasters like COVID-19, and others are caused by man-made conflicts among the so-called big powers of the world. Some people call them polycrises, which implies these risks and uncertainties are very complicated, and therefore the solutions may not be coming soon. As the big powers' interests and objectives are confusing sometimes, or even threatening some other times, there emerges a big necessity, and some reasonable solution should be sought by the so-called like-minded countries that restore and share the common values which have maintained the world's peace and welfare and security, at least for the last half a century. When we already realize the crisis, and the crisis will be difficult and serious, it is not a crisis anymore as we work together. The importance of the Indo-Pacific international linkage is therefore becoming bigger and bigger. The region encompasses the US, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, India, and Korea that are sharing the same universal values and are working together for world peace and prosperity for decades on the basis of democracy and a capitalistic market economy. Korea, in particular, is emerging as one of the leading economies of the world and trying to build a stronger relationship, not only in economic area, but also in security relations with India. At the end of 2022, the Korean government already declared forward-looking strategies of Indo-Pacific development, in which India possesses a pivotal role of the plan. In the declaration, the Korean government made it clear that we will forge the special strategic partnership relations with India in the years to come. This year marks the 50th anniversary of launching Indo-Korea diplomatic relationship. That was in December 1973. Since then, the two countries expand their relationship consistently in such areas as economics, science, engineering, culture, education, to name only a few. Trade and investment also increased by leaps and bounds. The CEPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which India signed in year 2010, was in fact the first FTA that Korea has ever made with an emerging large economies. Nevertheless, the two countries could have been better if they put their efforts together into industries that lead the fourth industrial revolution, such as digital transformation, space technologies, bioindustries, and high-tech agriculture. This is the major reason for opening a new Delhi office of KIEP. I was one of the leading founding members of KIEP back in 1989 and worked as a second president from 1992 to 1997. And I was instrumental to open the KIEP's Beijing office in 1995. Our excitement was very high with great expectations of this new office. Our objective was fulfilled, and it is now one of the indispensable research arms of KIEP. Likewise, Delhi office, we believe, will certainly become such an important part of the KIEP's research divisions within the shortest period of time. The major tasks of Delhi office will include, first, holding experts forum regularly. Second, interacting with research professionals of India's government and research institutes. Third, assisting KIEP for its research and symposia. Fourth, publishing its own research reports and study results. Fifth, enhancing the level of understanding of both countries and expanding the scope of economic relations between the two. Ladies and gentlemen, India is one of the major pivotal countries in the world for diplomacy and trade, and the chair economy of G20 summit meetings this year. We are absolutely sure that India will become the world's third largest economy in its economic capacity within next few years. Korea is currently viewed as one of the top 10 countries in the world in terms of its GDP level. The two countries are also known as good examples of democratic countries where liberty, justice, and human rights are cherished for long. As the two countries in Asia get together and share their merits and wisdom for building a better world, I'm sure many other countries in other parts of the world will surely follow suit. For this noble cause, this symposium, I believe, will propose various useful ideas and policies for setting a very meaningful milestone on the road ahead. I would like to encourage you to actively take part in discussions and question and answer throughout the symposium. Congratulations again, and thank you very much indeed. 감사합니다.
Good morning. 안녕하십니까. Namaste to everyone. Dr. Kim Hong-jong, President of KIEP, and Ambassador Skantair, former Indian Ambassador to Korea, and the current President of Indo-ROK Friendship Association, Dr. Yu Chang-hee, Emeritus Professor of Ewha Women's University and former President of KIEP, and Ambassador Amit Kumar, Indian Ambassador to Korea, and Dr. Mohan Kumar, Professor and the Dean of O.P. Jindal Global University, and distinguished participants. It is my great pleasure to take part in today's official launch of the KIEP Delhi office. I wish to congratulate on its opening Commemoration Symposium and the first visiting scholar workshop. As everyone knows, KIEP has been a leading national research institute in Korea since its inception in 1989, dedicating itself to policy research on global economy issues. Our embassy also has been carefully following KIEP's activities and publications. I remember I said a few words at the first India-Korea 2+2 think tank dialogue in October 2021, co-hosted by Korea's KIEP and KNDA, with India's RIS and ICWA. Then I emphasized that we need to collectively ponder how best we can realize our potential. Now, I'm delighted to join where KIEP has opened its new offices in Delhi to realize our potential. The timing is opportune, as it happens to be when India has surpassed China as the world's most populous nation. Without doubt, India has now emerged as a global player. India is on track to become the world's third largest economy before the end of the decade, we are sure. Despite the challenging external environment, such as higher inflation, tighter policy, and Russia's war in Ukraine, World Bank projected the Indian economy to grow by nearly 7% this year and next year. Besides, the evolving geopolitical and geo-economic situation throws further open opportunities for India to expand its potential in the era of the Indo-Pacific region. In this context, I believe KIEP has made the right decision to choose India as its destination for the second overseas office. In fact, it is a pivotal moment for the Korea-India relationship as well. Over the past 5 decades, Korea and India have worked together as true friends and trusted partners to build a solid and multifaceted relationship. Our ties are more vital than ever on our Golden Jubilee celebration of diplomatic relations. Bilateral trade between our two countries reached an all-time high last year. Interactions between our two peoples have become increasingly closer. And I'm confident our bilateral relations will be able to achieve even greater success and reach more milestones over the next 50 years. I believe KIEP Delhi office will play an important role in making this happen. I look forward to the office's contribution to our bilateral relations by enhancing our mutual understanding and providing practical policy advice. I'm also sure the distinguished participants in the symposium, through their discussions and deliberation, will bring forth important suggestions and recommendations on Korea-India cooperation in the Indo-Pacific era. In closing, I thank everyone who made great efforts to open the office in New Delhi, and I look forward to the success of this new journey. The Korean Embassy will continue to support KIEP and its Delhi office while doing our best to take our current Korea-India special strategy partnership to another high level. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Dr. Kim Hung-chung, President, Korea Institute for International Economic Policy or KIEP. Ambassador Chang Jae-bok, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to India. Ambassador Iskan Tayal, President of the Indo-ROK Friendship Association. Dr. Yu Jang-hee, Emeritus Professor, Eva Women's University. Mr. Jung Hae-gu, Chairperson, National Research Council for Economics, Humanities and Social Sciences. Friends from India and the Republic of Korea, Annyeong Harshimika, Namaste. I am delighted to join the inaugural session of this symposium and the first visiting scholar workshop on India-Korea cooperation in the Indo-Pacific era, challenges and opportunity. The topic itself is very relevant and timely.
Let me begin by congratulating KIEP on their proposal to open an office in India. KIEP, as many of you would know, has played a key role in examining international economic policy issues as well as industry trends such as Industry 4.0 and related technologies, and accordingly has been making recommendations to the ROK government. Given their background, I am particularly happy to note their focus and attention on the Indian economy and our bilateral relations. If you look at the Indo-Pacific region, or rather globally, India is expected to be one of the fastest growing large economies over the next 2 decades. Despite the current global headwinds, our growth this year and next year, as per several estimates, is expected to exceed 6.2% and thereafter gather further momentum. India today is changing at an unprecedented rate. We have seen structural reforms and regulatory liberalization, relaxation of FDI norms, relentless focus on improving both physical and digital infrastructure, etc. One key national priority has been to strengthen the manufacturing sector and to position India as an active player in the global supply chains. In this context, the government has announced an outlay of $46 billion for the production-linked incentive schemes across 14 key sectors. We also have a burgeoning startup sectors with more than 70,000 startups. In the past 3 years, we have witnessed more than 100 unicorns emerging. India and Republic of Korea are friendly countries, pursuing a special strategic partnership which is underpinned by a shared vision of peace, prosperity, and people's connectivity. This year is a milestone year as we celebrate 50 years of our diplomatic relations. We expect an intense calendar of high-level visits and engagements this year. Our convergences to the Indo-Pacific region and our presidency of the G20 also offer new opportunities to collaborate on regional and global issues. Our economic and commercial ties are deepening. Two-way investments are over $12 billion, with Korean investments in India at $7 billion. Last year, our bilateral trade was $28 billion. But much more needs to be done, both on the trade and investment fronts. The world around us is changing rapidly. We are in the midst of geopolitical and geoeconomic shifts. We need to ensure supply chain resilience as well as respond to the impact of new and emerging technologies. Therefore, as we undertake review of the existing CIPA provisions, we should not lose sight of new opportunities that are emerging. The production-linked incentive scheme includes sectors where the Republic of Korea has advanced capabilities such as life sciences, automobiles, EV batteries, semiconductors, and electronics manufacturing. And this provides Korean companies opportunities to expand their production capacities and diversify their supply chains. We should also pursue collaboration in areas such as digital transformation, renewable energy, electric mobility, green hydrogen, etc., which are prioritized by both governments. Our two countries also have a relatively strong pharma and biotech industry. So pandemic and healthcare management is another promising area. Lastly, construction and infrastructure sectors in India offer investment opportunities for Korean companies. To conclude, the immediate and mid-term growth potential of India provide ample opportunities for our countries to work together. I wish this symposium all success, and I look forward to the insights that these deliberations will provide. Thank you.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 경제인도사회연구회 이사장 정의근입니다. 대외경제정책연구원은 인도 델리 사무소 개설을 위해 오랫동안 노력해왔는데 오늘 마침내 뉴델리 현지에서 그 개설을 축하하는 세미나를 개최하게 되었습니다. 이는 대외경제정책연구원의 김홍종 원장님과 조충재 소장님 그리고 관계자 여러분들이 노력해주신 그간의 노력의 결과라 생각합니다. 그런 점에서 이 모든 분들에게 감사를 드리며 개소 기념 세미나 개최를 진심으로 축하합니다. 또한 오늘 이 기쁜 자리를 축하해주기 위해 많은 분들이 참여해 주셨습니다. 장대복 주 인도 대한민국 대사님, 아미트 쿠마르 주한 인도 대사님, 그리고 스칸드 따이알 인도 한국 친선협회 회장님이 축사를 해 주셨습니다. 유정호 전 대외경제정책연구원장님 역시 환영사를 맡아주셨습니다. 그뿐 아니라 인도 주재의 공공기관 및 기업 관련 인사분들과 제 인도 한인 여러분들께서도 이 자리에 다수 참석해 주셨는데 이분들에게도 따뜻한 감사의 마음을 전합니다. 사실 과거를 되돌아보면 한국과 인도의 관계는 오래되었지만 그렇다고 그 관계가 중단 없이 지속되었던 것은 아닙니다. 멀리는 고대 가야국의 김수로 왕과 결혼했던 허황후가 아르타국의 공주였다는 점과 한국의 문화 속에 깊이 자리를 잡고 있는 불교가 인도로부터 전파되었다는 점이 기억됩니다. 보다 가깝게는 한국 전쟁에 인도의 의료부대가 참전했던 사실 등이 우리의 기억에 남아있습니다. 그러나 한국과 인도가 외교관계를 맺었다는 1973년 이래 지금까지 50년간의 기간은 한국과 인도가 그 관계를 지속적으로 증진시켜왔던 시기였습니다. 특히 아세안 및 인도와의 교류를 중시하기 시작했던 문재인 정부의 신남방 정책과 윤석열 정부의 인도태평양 전략은 신동방 정책을 추진하며 2019년 한국을 방문했던 모디 총리의 인도와의 관계를 한층 더 발전시키는 계기가 될 수 있었습니다. 2023년 올해 12월이면 한국-인도 관계는 수교 50주년이 됩니다. 이처럼 한국-인도 수교 50주년을 앞두고 있는 지금 저는 향후 수십 년간의 한국-인도 관계가 양국 역사상 가장 활발하고 가장 긴밀한 관계로 발전할 것이라 기대하고 있습니다. 그것은 다음과 같은 이유에서 그렇습니다. 첫째는 미중 갈등의 새로운 국제 정세 속에서 인도가 세계 유수의 경제 대국으로 부상할 가능성이 크기 때문입니다. 둘째는 신흥상징국으로 부상한 한국 역시 그 지속적인 발전을 위해 향후 아세안 및 인도와의 교류와 협력에 집중할 것으로 보이기 때문에 그렇습니다. 셋째는 지정학적으로 그리고 정치 경제적으로 인도 태평양 지역이 갖는 중요성 속에서 한국과 인도는 긴밀히 협조할 필요성이 매우 클 것이기 때문에 그렇습니다. 그런 점에서 대외경제정책연구원의 델리 사무소 대서는 그 의미가 매우 크다고 생각합니다. 아직은 조그만 사무소 대서에 그치지만 그럼에도 대외경제정책연구원 델리 사무소가 앞으로 수행해야 할 역할은 앞에서 언급한 바에 한국-인도 관계의 미래를 상징하는 것이기도 하기 때문입니다. 각 분야 26개 국가정책연구기관에 소속된 경제인문사연구회 역시 대외경제정책연구원의 델리 사무소 발전과 한국-인도 관계의 발전을 위해 그 지원을 아끼지 않겠습니다. 대외경제정책연구원의 델리 사무소 대스를 다시 한번 축하드리며 직접 참석하지 못하고 이렇게 영상으로 축하의 인사를 보내드리게 된 점 넓은 양해를 부탁드립니다. 고맙습니다.
안녕하십니까? Very good morning. Namaskar. Most welcome everyone to KIEP Delhi office commemorative symposium and the first visiting scholar roundtable. In particular, Ambassador Jang Jae-bo and Amit Kumar and former Ambassador Tyles and the another Kumar and the former president of KIEP, Yu Jang-hee, and the chairperson of NRC, Jung Hae-gu, and DG Nagesh Kumar, DG Sachin Chandra-Bedi, the both will join the first session. And thank you so much being here, and despite your very, very busy schedules. I'm Jo Chung-dae, the first director of Delhi KIEP office. my director Kim already mentioned, we KIEP already have dream and plan to establish Delhi office in 2009 or 2010, but in that times we didn't get permission and the budget from our government in that times. But in 2021, when the COVID pandemic was threatened the world, the KIEP request again a budget from the Korean government with a plan to establish Delhi KIEP office. At that time, despite the COVID-19 situations, the Korean government shared the awareness of the importance of India and allocated a budget. Accordingly, the KIEP formed the task force with the India and South Asia team and the administrative team from the early 2022. The KIEP studied and planned the form of the legal status of the Delhi office, the entry timing and budget, etc. Until the first half of the last year, the KIEP also confirmed the local situations through the 2 business trips when the Incheon-Delhi direct flight resumed in the second half of 2022. In November last year, we and Deputy Director Kim were dispatched to Delhi. In December last year, we KIEP submitted applications to the RBI, Reserve Bank of India, to requesting liaison office positions. In the mid-January this year, RBI and its own review, but RBI considered that KIEP is a public institution rather than the private company. So RBI is seeking an opinion from relevant ministry through the Minister of Finance of India. As there has been no issues raised by the Indian authority in the process so far. So we KIEP believe and we are waiting for the final approval with the strong trust, the Indian process. The COVID-19 pandemic, the approval and the budget allocations from the Korean government, and preliminary preparation and on-site inspections, the office contract, and the application for liaison office approval. These are not easy for us. And organizing today's symposiums is also not easy because it is immediately after the Laishina Forum, T20, the G20, the financial minister, and the foreign affairs meetings. So, but anyway, much dedications of many people made this all smoothly. The first of all, my President Kim Hong-jong here, without his resolutions, KIEP Delhi office will not start. Also, without the active participations of the TF led by the India and South teams, the KIEP Delhi office as well as today's symposiums would not exist. The President Kim Hong-jong and my colleague of India and South Asia team, thank you so much. And I have to say thank you, the Deputy Director of the KIEP, Kim Min-hee, here, whom I really rely on the most here. Also, I would like to thank my friends, such as Dr. Dan over there, and Dr. Mishra, including all of the visiting scholars. They consult me anything when I ask them. Very thank you so much. In addition, I would like to express my gratitude to Ambassador Jang Jae-bo and all of members of the Korean Embassy, and also Indian Embassy in Seoul, and as well as Kita, Kotra,
Action Camp in Delhi, and also ISID, ICREA, JNU, DU, Jamia Islamia University, CBRE, and Ernest Young also, they support strongly us. They are all the most reliable supporter of the KIEP Delhi KIEP office. Thank you so much again. Lastly, I would like to conclude my greeting by telling you about my determinations and visions as the first director of the Delhi KIEP office. For everyone, the first is more important, and the first memory is stronger, and it requires greater responsibility. So, the title of the first director is an honor as well as my huge burden. So I think it's the same to my deputy Kim Min-hee also. However, I and my colleague Kim will faithfully fulfill our duties with the pride that as the first think tank representing Korea in Delhi, India emerging as a G3. When the legal status is secured, the first thing to do is to hire Indian researchers to implement the law and the functions of the Delhi office. So while the strengthening of the law as a link between Korea and Indian Research Institute, governments, and academia, we will actively promote timely and necessary seminar, conference, symposium, roundtables, and consultative meetings also. Please keep eye on and support us so that the KIEP Delhi office can become, I already said, a new energy and a hub for think tank that represent and connect Korea and India. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm very happy to have Dr. Wong Mar. Actually, we met several times in Korea, and also I'm very happy to see him now in Delhi. And the topic that we are talking about in this session is that India, India in the world. So, 2 decades ago, and when I joined the KIEP, we talked many times and talked about the great potential of India, and then kind of the many people said that India, big elephant, and then so great potential, and then after several years that when India fast the economic development, and people said that the elephant is finally moving, yeah. And so, but now the India's the role and then also the contribution to the world is enormous, and then we have very impressive image of the India as well, and especially after this very turmoil period of the conflict year, and also pandemic war, and then the stress competition begin at the 2000s. And so I'm very happy to have Dr. Mohan Kumar to talk about the session. My team actually prepared me so many introductory remarks on India, but I think that it's much better to give the more chance to Dr. Mohammed to talk. So please tell us your voice, your view. What do you think about India's role in the world, and also possibly Korea, India in the strategy here, and also finally Korea India.
So, thank you very much, and it's a great honor to be here, and I want to thank KIEP. I owe an eternal debt of gratitude to KIEP because in the 36 years that I spent in the foreign service, I never went to South Korea even once. So my introduction to South Korea was done only by KIEP, and I am extremely grateful to them. They're wonderful hosts. I was telling my senior colleague, Ambassador Tayyab, that they're wonderful hosts, and frankly, I think we should learn from you how to really welcome people, how to convene, and so on. There's something to be learned there. And I also want to say, interestingly, that KIEP, I heard all of you with great interest, and all of you were brilliant. The fact that KIEP first established an office in China in 1995, then now has established an office in 2023, is a sober reminder to Indians that we are 25 years behind China. Because the Koreans are smart. They don't do things without thinking. So I think we will have to hurry up. 25 years is too long a gap, in my humble view, and I think we need to catch up. I also reminded of what a Chinese diplomat told me in Sri Lanka when I was a Deputy High Commissioner. This was way back in 2002. And I asked him out of politeness what he thinks of India. And the Chinese, they are very smart, they think carefully, they're not like Indians who shoot off their mouth. So he thought for a little bit and then said, India is a country of great potential and is likely to remain one for a long time. So this latter part of the statement, that it is likely to remain one for a long time, that bothered me a lot. And so I'm going to answer your question, Mr. President, by using that. I think nobody will tell an Indian diplomat in 2023 that we are going to be a country of potential for a long time. I think we have demonstrated to the world that we can realize the potential and that we've made tremendous progress. But that said, I still believe, and I'm now speaking brutally, honestly, Chatham House rules and the rest of it, I still think we have a long distance to go. I mean, look at the number of people who live in poverty. We have something like 500 million people. Now, even by the government estimate, because the Niti Aayog's report on poverty talks of 1 out of 4 people being poor or multidimensionally poor. If we have 500 million, look at it this way. If we can change these 500 million people's lives into economically meaningful lives, look at the market it will offer Korea, United States, Japan. Everybody will be after India. India could really be the massive powerhouse that you talked about. Until we do that, I think India will continue to be what my senior colleague, Ambassador Tayyab, said. He said India is unique. I have a slightly more complicated expression. India is sui generis. It's a Latin expression for the same thing, unique. But I think we are a case apart in the world. We will always continue to be a country of contradictions, if you like. And I think that is the period that India will have to use to overcome this 500 million problem. In a forthcoming book, I call it the poverty veto. The veto exercised by the 500 million people. The farm bills were not accepted in India because of the poverty veto. The fact that we can't do a lot of things on intellectual property rights, join the RCEP, join the CPTPP, is the poverty veto. We are doing this because the 500 million people cannot be left to their own devices in India. That is sometimes not understood sufficiently by outsiders, and I think we need to understand. The question is not whether you and I will benefit, because you and I are very privileged just because we are sitting here and listening to each other. We are very privileged. The 500 million people are not. But I turn to the questions you posed. I'm optimistic about India. I really do believe finally the priorities are right. The voting is happening on the basis of substantive issues and not caste. There used to be a joke in the UK that everybody casts their vote in the world, but Indians vote their caste. You know what I'm saying? So that has, I believe, changed. I think we are now voting on substantive issues. There remain pockets, and there are disparities within the country that we can talk about. But having said all of that, I do believe we are on the right track. You mentioned, Ambassador Thayil and others mentioned that we are on track to become the third largest economy. Having said all of that, my sobering reminder would be that we need inclusive economic growth, not just the headline numbers of 8 to 9% every year. We should do that, of course. But I think the inclusive economic growth aspect is important for a country like India because of the 500 million. The 500 million, by the way, is just an approximate figure. I'm not saying that it's authentic, but I doubt it is less. It's probably a little more. India, Korea. I want to tell you about a case study which was told to me by a Japanese diplomat. And he said that, you know, we did not bet on India. The Koreans did. At a time when other countries had less confidence in India, the Korean conglomerates, Electronic Samsung, Hyundai, and LG, they bet on India. That's a remarkable case study, actually. Because other countries took the view 20 years ago that India is going to be a poor country, it's complicated, it's complex, why bother? We have China, why bother about India? I would therefore credit Koreans with tremendous wisdom and foresight that in addition to China, you felt necessary and important to invest in India. That is something for which I give full marks to the Korean. The Japanese say openly that, yeah, they benefited because they took a bet on India. But that is the kind of bet that I want Korea to take in Indo-Pacific. You know, I don't want to monopolize too much time. I think the Indo-Korean relationship stands on its own merit. We heard about the economic, commercial, technology importance. What I would argue, Mr. President, if I can speak frankly, we need to enhance strategic convergence between India and Korea. Because I used to be a trade expert, I'm still a trade expert, I believe. I spent 10 years as India's negotiator with the GATT and then the WTO in Geneva. I think trade has moved away from being just MFN to what is known as resilient trade. We are now in the era of resilient trade and resilient supply chains, which means that, frankly, for those of you, trade diplomats have a way of complicating everything. What they mean by resilience is, I will deal with countries whom I can trust. And I believe that India trusts Korea. You have stood by us, I gave you examples. Your investment is substantial. But what I think we need, if we have to work together in the Indo-Pacific, is also deal with certain issues. I don't want to talk about the dragon in the room rather than the elephant in the room, but we can talk about that as well. Because that is an issue in the Indo-Pacific. Can Korea and India see eye to eye? The bottom line is India seeks and wants a multipolar Indo-Pacific. We don't want a unipolar or hegemonic Indo-Pacific. I'm not going to be more undiplomatic than that. The fact is we need a lot of powers in the Indo-Pacific. We have the Quad, of course, you heard the Quad statement. The Quad meeting also, everybody mentioned G20 and Raisina, but the Quad also happened just after the G20. The Quadrilateral Security Dialogue also happened at the level of foreign ministers. They have a very interesting statement on Ukraine. This is the first time the Quadrilateral is wading into issues like Ukraine. And that's important. I would add Korea to this mix of countries with which India should develop strategic convergence. I think the time has come. I don't belong to the government, so I cannot speak with a lot of certainty and confidence, but I think we need to have frank conversations on China. We need to have frank conversations on the substantive threats that Indo-Pacific is facing. Can we have conversations on strategic products and services such as semiconductors, active pharmaceutical ingredients, and others on which India is facing problems? Can South Korea help us with the latest technology, since we have decided to walk away from Huawei and others? Can South Korea help us, because you are the biggest producer of technology as far as I'm concerned, along with some others in Europe. So I think those are the cutting edge areas where I think India and South Korea have to make an effort if they have to take the relationship to a whole new level. That would be my, sorry, long answer to the first question, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mokbar, for your comment and address. And last year when I was joined the Nigeria, there was in April. I think that this year the Nigeria was ahead of the usual season, mainly because of the G20 and foreign ministers meeting. So it was very successful. And then last year when I was in Nigeria in April, I could see, the many Russian scholars joining the Nigeria. So that was just after the war. So just less than 2 months after the war break. And then I could see the Nigeria, and I could see the Russian scholars there. And I asked them, oh yeah, how come you here? And then the Russian scholars said, oh, because this is India. So this means that India is, what I can see is that India is priority in security and international relations. And that you are the member of Quad and member of the G20, and then member of the BRICS, co-member of BRICS, and also SCO. So, the Prime Minister Modi was very busy, always busy, because he had to participate in not only G20, but also BRICS summit meeting, and then and this year hosting the SU as well. So what I'm thinking is what is the policy priority of India actually in terms of the security and then the security aspects? That was my first question. And second question is about your very impressive technological collaboration, your country and other major countries. For instance, United States-India initiative on critical and emerging technologies. And you also have EU-India TTC, Trade and Technology Council. Trade and Technology Council is now being held between the EU and the United States. And many people think that TTC is a kind of the standard harmonization between the two Atlantic giants in front of China's emergence. So, and now the EU-India, the TTC has been made. So there is another very impressive movement.
Thank you very much. I think there are 3 parts to your question. I'll try to address one by one if you allow me. The first one is, if there is a definition I can put on India's foreign policy, it would be multi-alignment. There could be other ways of describing it. And you're quite right. If there is one, I've always felt, I keep telling my students since I teach now, that if there is one Prime Minister who can go to Saudi Arabia in the morning and Iran in the evening, a Prime Minister who can go to Israel in the morning and Palestinian territories in the evening, or, then it is the Indian Prime Minister, or Russia and Ukraine. So I think it's a dream team for those of us who belong to the Foreign Service, the combination of Prime Minister Modi and our very cerebral Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. It's quite a dream team in that sense. And I'm saying this in a very non-partisan way. Okay, I'm not saying we haven't had good foreign ministers in the past, but I'm saying this is a dream team. I think, interestingly, while some of the Western countries have criticized India for sitting on the fence on the Ukraine conflict and not condemning Russia, for example, actually in India, if you do a poll, you will find that there is tremendous appreciation for India's diplomacy and how we have done in Ukraine. We've actually achieved the impossible, because anybody who does foreign policy will tell you there is always a battle between realpolitik and principles. There's always a battle. And I think we have managed to take care of our national interests. Initially it was 20,000 students studying in Ukraine, and then of course the buying of oil from Russia, and also making sure that we conform to principles like territorial integrity, sovereignty, and so on. And if you see the board statement, I like the formulation actually of comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. This is the first time somebody has used these three words. They seem to be common words, but I think if somebody can flesh it out, you could have a solution to the Ukraine issue on the basis of comprehensive, just, and lasting. I'm just thinking off the top of my head, I haven't thought this through, but just would refer to Ukraine, because Ukraine needs justice. I would say comprehensive will apply very well to Russia, because this is not just about what happened in Donbass and Ukraine. It also has to do with Russia's security interests. And of course, a lasting peace will have to be a viable solution of the territories of Donbass and Crimea. So already I can see that somebody is thinking about these things. And if you can find a solution, perhaps India can contribute to it while it is G20, but that's just my view. So India's diplomacy has been successful. I don't think you can question that. We've been able to engage with everybody, and we've been able to take care of our national interests. That is what diplomacy is all about. This idea that you should not talk to countries with whom you disagree is not something I can accept as a diplomat. I would say that you should be talking to people with whom you disagree. So precisely Russia coming to the Raisina dialogue, I mean, I don't agree with everything Lavrov did or said, that's beside the point, but I think it's good to have him come to the Raisina dialogue. It's important the rest of the countries hear. Whether you agree with it or not is another matter. But what is the purpose of a dialogue like the Raisina if it is just going to be an echo chamber where you're listening to each other and we all agree? And you don't need a conference like Raisina dialogue if everybody is going to just pat each other on the back and say, hey, I agree with you and you agree with me. So I think I see some merit in India's policy, and I think that will continue. You talked of India's security interests. That will be the second part of my answer to your question. I think India now faces, like many countries, a two-front threat, frankly. I mean, this is my honest assessment. We do face a threat from China, we face a threat from Pakistan. And those both are land threats. Plus, we have our ambitions in the Indo-Pacific. And this is where I am of the view that India at present simply does not have the resources to do all this by itself. We are not a 10 trillion economy yet. We don't have the resources to meet Pakistan threat, China threat, and the Indo-Pacific threat, where the Indian Ocean is soon becoming a problem for us. You know, I heard a view in China, which was very interesting when we were talking the Indo-Pacific. And one of the think tankers in China told me, it is the Indian Ocean, but it is not India's ocean. That's interesting. That's very interesting coming from them. And it led me to think further about this, because they think it's not India's exclusive ocean. Maybe the Indian Ocean, we can use the same for South China Sea, but that's different matter. I didn't do that. Out of diplomatic nicety, I was a foreigner attending a conference in Shanghai. But you could use that as well. But I think it shows you what they are thinking. And we've seen semi-permanent Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean from 2009. So India has got this trifecta or triple threat, Pakistan, China, and then the Indo-Pacific. We don't have, I believe, We don't have the capacity or the resources to do this all at the same time, which is why, according to international relations scholars, we do what is known as external balancing. We need help, and that is why we participate in the quadrilateral security dialogue, which is why we have a relationship with France in the Indian Ocean, which includes maritime exercises, joint exercises. We have a solid defense relationship with France, and I'm aware of this because I was an envoy in Paris. And then we are extremely grateful to countries like South Korea now, who you've got your own Indo-Pacific policy. We love that. I think it was a little delayed, but the fact that you've done it is fantastic. I think, which is why I think on security, I'm not sure, but people will correct me. I think India and South Korea need to have this frank, detailed conversation. What is bothering you? What is bothering me? And let's see if we can meet it together. This conversation has to happen. Trade technology is fine, and I think I'm not underestimating it. After all, I'm a trade expert. I love the fact that there is going to be more trade. 38 billion is the figure I heard with South Korea. I think it should be something like 100 billion. Frankly, that is the potential. India, Korea should be 100 billion. We are doing India 100, Korea, India, UAE is going to be 100 billion, and EU and US, so there's no reason why India, Korea should not be 100 billion. At least including trade and investment board. It should be, in my view. But having said that, because trade is not just going to be about, I think the old era of trade happening on the basis of the iPhone model, which is you take a part from Malaysia, you take a part from Singapore, you do something from San Francisco, and then you assemble the phone in China. That model is going to be over. I don't think you're going to have that globalization model. I happened to be in Paris, pandemic broke out, and there were no masks in Paris. I said, what the hell is going on? They said, all the masks are now made in China. We don't have the time to make masks in Paris. But now they will make masks because they're important. You will make paracetamol, you will make hydrochloride, you will make vaccines because they're awfully important. So I think we are seeing a division between strategic trade and non-strategic trade. Strategic trade is trade in semiconductors, trade in solar panels, trade in active pharmaceutical ingredients. The non-strategic trade is perfumes for women, Hermes handbags, shoes, undergarments. I don't care where you get it from. You get it from China if you want, you get it from India if you can, and why not South Korea if you can. That is not strategic. It doesn't matter what shoes you're wearing and what socks you're wearing and what undergarments you're wearing. But I think a set of products, which is lithium, semiconductors, solar panels, the kind of things which go into making of drugs, which is called active pharmaceutical ingredients, I don't think this can be left to chance. India has realized that we don't make active pharmaceutical ingredients, and we call ourselves the pharmacy of the world. So which is why we have the production-linked incentive scheme to bring. And by the way, it's not, you don't need rocket technology to make active pharmaceutical ingredients. One of my first jobs was with a public sector Indian company called Indian Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited. They used to make active pharmaceutical ingredients. But then we gave it up. We said public sector is loss-making, we will outsource it to China. China will be able to supply it because they do it at 1/2 of the cost. So this consideration will change over time. I think that is what you need to keep in mind. But for me, the dream, if you like, with India and South Korea is that we start emphasizing trade, investment, technology, that is fine, but we also need to talk security and we need to talk geopolitics because this is happening. I think we need to have a good understanding of what North Korea is all about for South Korea. I don't think many Indians know this. North Korea is so distant for India. We don't know what is going on there. We only read Western reports. But I think we need to have an appreciation of what is going on in North Korea from you. You need to have an appreciation of what is happening in Pakistan and our perspective on China. May not be the same, but that's fine. That's fine, because I realize that South Korea, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act of the United States, that's caused a lot of problems for South Korea. I realized, because South Koreans have made a lot of investment in the US, and suddenly these benefits are only for American companies, not for South Korean investment in America. That's a problem. I think we should talk about that so that we understand what your issues are. I think those really are the broad comments that I wanted to make. You are right about the Trade and Technology Council that we have with Europe. We're very proud that Europe told us that this is only the second country with which they have the Trade and Technology Council. The first one they had was with the United States, which is understandable, they are allies and so on. But this is the only other country with which they have a Trade and Technology Council. To be honest, Mr. President, the only problem we have, I thought the Indian bureaucracy was very slow. And I have been part of it, so I can speak with some authority. But then when you look at the EU bureaucracy, you start thinking, oh my God, maybe the Indian bureaucracy is slightly better. I don't know. They are so slow, it's taken them 10 months to meet. So I was telling a European diplomat, I said, listen, we launched the Trade and Technology Council with such gusto and such enthusiasm, and then you take 9 months to meet. So that is something we have. Maybe there's a problem from the Indian side as well, I don't know. But I think we need to get over that, and maybe a Trade and Technology Council with South Korea. Why not? You guys are so good at some of the technology that you produce. We are a consumer of technology. So we are happy to do business with every country which is a producer of technology. India is not yet a producer of technology. We are big users of technology. And so I think we need to plug that, I think, gap as well. You know, we don't have to be ashamed of emulating and copying good things that happen in the world. I've never been ashamed of copying good things, with due credit, of course. So if the Trade and Technology Council thing is working, I think we should do the same with South Korea. The last point I will make is the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue has also established a working group on critical and emerging technologies. And so we are hoping that Japan and the US in particular will help us with the latest technology. And when we talk of latest technology, I'm talking 6G, I'm talking AI, I'm talking quantum computing. Those are extremely important. The Quad scholarships are actually for this. They have launched 100 scholarships in STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and they all have to do with quantum computing and 6G. While we may not be big producers of technology, we nevertheless have a large reservoir of engineers. And some of them are doing top quality quantum computing and AI. So that is an area where I think South Korea and India can jointly explore. Again, sorry for a long answer, but thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. Actually, you also answered the possible questions, what kind of the fields that both countries can cooperate in the future. You mentioned API, active pharmaceutical ingredient. We are now focusing on API Korea. Korea tried to be a hub of the production of API in the near future. So I think that Korea could have some edge that, because Korea, what I'm thinking is that Korea is very good at the production of the high-tech something, strategic asset. And the pharmaceutical areas also is very difficult to produce the high quality the API. So I think that now, in 10 years, maybe Korea could be kind of the substantial portion of the API production, maybe. So competing with China and maybe India. Okay, and let me turn to the Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy, which was announced, and you just mentioned that. The basic principle is the freedom, peace and prosperity of the world, and then Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy. I would like to emphasize this point that Korea has been not a peninsula, but islands for the last 70 years. Korea was island. Yeah. only playing with. So for the last more than 70 years, we were isolated as the island. And island country like Japan and the United Kingdom, they have very good maritime security strategy. And Indo-Pacific strategy is a kind of the maritime strategy, not only the security but also economic trade and And I'm very happy that this Indo-Pacific strategy of Korea means that Korea, South Korea is now more emphasis on the maritime strategy. And when we see all of these kind of the things in the maritime, related to maritime something, then many countries like the India and of course Southeast Asia and Australia and some other countries emerged as our major partner. And so not only the potential of the huge potential of India, but also Korea is a changing recognition of our worldview towards the more maritime strategy, strengthening the maritime strategy. Also coincide with the India's strategy as well. And so I think this is very important. So I hope that most countries have more chance to cooperate, not only just some economic and trade aspects, but also other areas, such as culture and security, and other types of international relations as well. And one more thing I want to talk about China is that I think that Indian Ocean is very important for China because Indian Ocean is very important, structurally very important for China, but huge hindrance to gain access to the Indian Ocean from the Chinese point of view. China is blocked because the Pakistan is there. China is blocked because Myanmar is there. China is blocked because India is there. Okay, so China has a very strong incentive to have a very good terms with the Pakistan and Myanmar, of course, because they try to do something in Indian Ocean. So I think that there is another reason why the Sri Lanka is so important now to China. So all of this kind of geopolitical, geosecurity strategy, and now just mingled with the Indian Ocean. And of course, Indian Ocean is not the India's ocean, but India is the most important country in neighboring in Indian Ocean. So I think that in that sense, India is in a strategic position against China, against the United States, against other countries will be more important. Okay, and let me talk about the final questions, and then I would like to open the floor to because now time does. I think that I hope that I want to open the floor for questions. So there's one or two questions, and if you like to try to answer.
Hi, I think I'm audible. Hello, I'm actually the CEO of Connect Overseas. I've been doing a lot of research on bilateral trade between India and many countries. Now, I'm also the chapter head for the largest wine club of India. Now, wanted to bring in the soft diplomacy, and recently at the Wino Expo, we had some wines from Korea too. I do not know how to bring that into India. Secondly, since it's the year of millets, and many millet companies from India have devised noodles and pasta and made out of millets. But since Korea is a rice-eating country, they are not accepting, I think so, the millets from millet noodles. So how do we do this as a soft diplomacy?
Okay. Let me connect the other questions. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Jo Chung-jae, the director of the Delhi office. I would like to give the question to Kumar, my minister. You give us every time the good insight. So on the newspaper, the President Putin will to visit to India to attend the SCO summit as well as the G20 summit.
And also, there is a possibility when he comes to India, India intervene and something making Russia to make the start war. Is it possible?
Sorry, if I understood you, during the Putin visit to India, we should do a peaceful solution to the Ukraine problem? Is that
Sure,
okay?
sure.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay, yeah, let me proceed.
So I don't know how to answer your question about the soft power thing. I think one way of doing it is to have conversations with South Korea on the possibility of exporting millet and see which HS line, trade diplomats talk in terms of HS lines, which is harmonized system tariff lines, and see which tariff line it comes under, and then you negotiate a concession. And since we already have a trade relationship with South Korea, we have an FTA actually with South Korea, so I think you should really do it under that rubric. I think there's a lot of interest in I suddenly found my wife watching Korean dramas. I said, what the hell are you doing? She said, you won't believe it, this is so fascinating. And then, so I said, okay, I'll sit with you, and I watched. And I see a lot of similarity between Bollywood and Korean dramas. And actually, I thought some of the Korean dramas, the theme could easily be adapted to a Bollywood movie, with credits, of course. So I see a lot of cooperation, a lot of possibilities there. As for your question, Mr. Director, everybody is telling India that why don't you try and solve the problem of Ukraine. The fact of the matter is, and I'm trying to be as honest as I can, the Ukraine war is an unmitigated disaster for India. Politically, economically, strategically. Politically, it's a disaster because, frankly, it puts a lot of pressure on our relationship with the US, the West. All the time, questions, why are you abstaining? This guy is Satan, he's evil. So, economically, thank God we are able to feed ourselves, but fertilizer is proving to be a big problem. We are net importers of phosphate and fertilizer. Fuel, everybody is criticizing us for buying Russian oil, but the fact of the matter is this is not going to continue for a long time. And India depends on crude oil imports to the extent of 80%. And my famous expression, poverty veto. Most people don't understand the impact of fuel prices on the 500 million people who have nothing to eat or eat once a day or twice a day. It's not for people like you and me who are driving fancy South Korean cars and Japanese cars and hybrid. I'm not bothered about that. I'm bothered about the people who will be affected by fuel prices. So I think we have a real problem. Whether India has the agency, there's a new expression in international relations which is agency. Agency means power. Whether India has the power to do it, I don't know. Because, why should... Look, it seems to me that Russia has not even told China that it will invade Ukraine. It is now abundantly clear because the new foreign minister of China, when he was ambassador to Washington before, he wrote an article in which he said, listen, if we had known, we would have tried and stopped Putin. So if Russia doesn't tell China, and they met, the leaders met, on the eve of the Olympics in China, if they're not bothered about China, why would they be bothered about India? I don't know. But what I think India can do is to impress on both Russia and Ukraine that this war cannot be won by either of them. I like the formulation, this is not my expression, but used by one of my colleagues who was ambassador in Russia. Russia is too weak to win this war. Okay? Russia is too weak to win this war. But Ukraine is too strong to lose this war. It's a classic statement. And Ukraine is strong to lose this war only because of the assistance from the West. Otherwise, Ukraine would have been swallowed by Russia long back. Everybody knows that. If this scenario continues, we are in for a very, very long period of war. And that doesn't help India economically. Strategically, except for 6 to 7 years of India's independence, Russia and China have never been together in our independence. This is the first time they have formed something akin to an alliance. You know, the February 24 statement, the 2022 statement, Sino-Russian statement, joint statement. It makes it an alliance, and they call it a no-limits partnership. India has never had to face a strategic alliance between China and Russia. This is the first time. I don't think this makes our strategic scenario any easier. It complicates. So we would like an end to the war. I think what India will try to do in both the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the G20, assuming all leaders come, because we'll have to wait and see. If they do come, we will be able to express to them the voice of the global South. Nobody in the South wants the war to continue. I can assure you. Whether they condemn Russia or not condemn Russia in the UN General Assembly, that's a different matter. But I was with the Brazilian ambassador yesterday, and even though Brazil has condemned Russia, unlike India, he also tells me the sooner the war is over, the better. This is proving to be a problem. Now, can this be understood by Russia and Ukraine? Because right now, neither of them is showing any inclination to come to the table. They want to fight on. And the kind of things which the West is talking about in terms of helping Ukraine, they're training Ukrainians for F-16 jets in Germany. First of all, the Ukrainians don't have F-16. Assuming F-16 comes, it's going to take 1 more year. So you're actually preparing for war 1 year down the road, which is absurd. So I think India can play a persuasive role, but whether India can be the actual mediator and bring the war to an end, I don't know. I don't know if we have that kind of clout fighting. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Kumar, for your contribution to this session. And I am very happy to have you and hear your opinion about the many issues. As far as I know, my first time, it was 2002 when I first visited to India. A very impressive country at the time. Yeah, I remember. So now the more than 2 decades have been passed, and I realized a lot of development and growth I could find in this country. And for me, India is a very interesting country because when you want to understand the world, I think that the world is here in India. You can see that India is sometimes like the boiling pot. I mean, when you want to understand the world, because you can hear very different logics and the understandings what you understand the world. So in many cases, we are heavily dependent on some very limited source of the media when we are in Korea. What I'm saying is that my Korean friends. And I think that we can widen our worldview through India. So there is another advantage that Korea is close to India. Thank you very much again, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start the first session in the afternoon. And I'm Kwon Hyung Lee, and I'm in charge of the Center for Area Studies. And I'm very honored to moderate the session today. Let me introduce a little bit more the Center for Area Studies. The center has 9 research teams with more than 80 professional researchers studying their own research areas, such as India, Africa and the Middle East, South Asia, Europe, and Americas, Russia, China, and Japan. So covering all the regions in the world. I believe the center is the largest and and the most productive organization in Korea in the fields of area studies. Among 9 teams, the India and the South Asia team is the main organizer of today's symposium. And the team consists of 5 PhDs and 5 researchers. And you will see this session, there's research topics and contributions to the India studies here. And today they will make 4 presentations dealing with various aspects of India, namely India's industrialization and labor market and renewable energy sector and regional cooperation strategy, and suggesting some policy implications for bilateral cooperation between Korea and India. After all the presentations, we have 2 distinguished guests as commentators from Indian think tanks, and I will also introduce them later on. Now the first speaker, let me introduce the first speaker. He is Dr. Kim Kyung-hun, who will explain the India's industrialization getting ready to take off. Dr. Kim received a PhD degree in development studies from King's College London and a master's degree from LSE in London. And before joining the KIEP, he worked at the Samsung Economic Research Institute. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Dr. Lee. It is my pleasure to give the first of 4 presentations that will highlight some of the key themes that KIEP's India team has recently investigated. In this presentation, I'll discuss the major drivers behind India's recent emergence, perhaps, as the world's main manufacturing hub. I see many positive trends regarding India's manufacturing sector, and I'm in the optimist camp, but I will also briefly identify some challenges and their policy implications at the end. As we all know, manufacturing plays a pivotal role in economic development due to the manufacturing sector's characteristics, including high capital and technology intensity, potential for achieving economies of scale, tradability and strong linkage and spillover effects. This sector is an important engine for raising productivity. These 2 graphs show large Asian countries' income levels against the manufacturing share in total value added and total employment. We can see that Korea, China, Thailand and Malaysia have all reached relatively high income levels along with rapid industrialization. Although the manufacturing employment share has begun to decline in some richer countries, this trend began only after the shares reached high levels. More recently, Vietnam has also been growing rapidly on the back of industrialization. The manufacturing share in value added has been increasing steadily, and the share in employment has been increasing explosively. In contrast, the industrialization performance of India has so far been disappointing. Manufacturing share in value added has been increasing at a snail's pace, while the share in employment seems to have stagnated. There is even a fear of premature deindustrialization occurring in India, meaning that the manufacturing share may start to decline from a low peak share, while India is still at a low income level. This is not to say that India's economic development has been unimpressive. Structural transformation has proceeded, with a large share of labour moving out of the agricultural sector into the so-called modern sectors, boosting labour productivity, as you can see in the graph on the left. However, moving forward, fostering the manufacturing sector will be important. As the graph on the right shows, while most high productivity service sectors have limited job creating ability, large job creating service sectors tend to have low productivity. Manufacturing is somewhere in the middle with relatively high productivity and large job creating ability. Before I move on, I would like to emphasize that I'm not arguing that certain economic sectors are necessarily better than others. Service sectors are and will continue to be very important drivers for economic development, especially in the case of India. But I'm arguing that due to its outstanding characteristics, manufacturing can act as a bedrock of India's economic development going forward. We should not forget that economic development has never been about manufacturing or services, but always about manufacturing and services. Against this background, the Indian government's serious efforts to revive the manufacturing sector began in the mid-2010s with the implementation of the Make in India initiative. While the initiative focused on improving the business environment during its earlier stage, the government has recently become more active and is now adopting industrial policies energetically. Over the past year or two, we have witnessed a series of positive outcomes. Manufacturing project investment jumped in 2022, as the graph on the left shows. The graph on the right shows that the share of high value-adding sectors in India's manufacturing project investment, highlighted in shades of orange, has increased compared to a decade ago. We're also hearing positive news about upcoming investment in the manufacturing sector. Companies that are trying to rearrange the global value chain and find new growth opportunities currently consider India as a vital place to be. Therefore, numerous companies, both domestic and international, have announced ambitious plans to expand production in high technology sectors, such as semiconductors, electric vehicles, and renewable energy equipment. In the following slides, I will summarize the 5 drivers or catalysts behind this phenomenon. I will mainly focus on the recent trends driving the imminent manufacturing boom in India. The first driver is large and vibrant consumer market. Of course, the enormous size and the growth potential of India's consumer market, based on the swelling middle-income population, is nothing new, as the graph on the left shows. However, the impressive trend that is drawing companies is how quickly India's consumption has recovered from the COVID-19 pandemic. During the pandemic in India, there were some policy missteps and some fragile moments, as all countries experienced around the world, yet India's recovery from the pandemic has been very robust. One important policy response was the expansion of food and fuel subsidy programs that helped to bolster the living standard. Various international organizations, such as the IMF, have hailed India's food program, PMGKAY, for preventing a significant increase in extreme poverty. Therefore, various forecasters now expect that consumption growth for major product groups will be higher over the next 5 years than it was before the COVID-19 pandemic, as the graph on the right shows. So in sum, the large and growing market with numerous consumers who will be buying home appliances and vehicles for the first time in their lives is making India an attractive place for manufacturers. The second driver is financial stability. The thing that keeps the managers of manufacturing companies' financial departments up at night is financial volatility. Manufacturers instinctively avoid investing in countries with unstable exchange rates and inflation rates. It was just under 10 years ago when India was picked as one of the fragile 5 countries based on its weak financial conditions, which left it vulnerable to the tapering of the United States quantitative easing. But much has changed since then. India was in a much stronger position by the second half of last year, when the rest of the global financial market was trembling. At that point, it was difficult to predict how long and how far the advanced countries would raise their interest rates, and the Russia-Ukraine war had introduced new uncertainty. These graphs show that India fared better than most countries around the peak of the global financial market instability in the third quarter of last year. The Indian rupee's impressive performance was due in part to a stronger current account balance compared to a decade ago, not to mention the huge international reserves exceeding $500 billion that India had piled up. India's responsive monetary policy and the decision to increase imports of Russian oil at discounted prices contributed to taming India's notorious inflation rate. The next driver is infrastructure. We often hear that India's poor infrastructure is the key factor that is hampering manufacturing investment. There is certainly much room to improve India's transportation infrastructure, but it is totally unfair to ignore the recent tremendous achievements. Thanks to a huge increase in government investment in infrastructure, the length of India's rail track has extended by 10,000 kilometers since 2014, reaching 127,000 kilometers in 2021, as the graph on the left shows. The length of India's highway has increased by almost 50,000 kilometers since 2014, reaching 310,000 kilometers in 2019, as the graph in the center shows. And various indicators, such as the average turnaround time and the average pre-burning time, is shown in the graph on the right to prove that maritime infrastructure has also improved. Industrial clusters on the coastlines, which are designed to support manufacturers with a global market in mind, have also flourished. With the transportation networks, which developed in a diamond shape during the 2000s and in a cross shape during the 2010s, one can reach 90% of India's population in 12 hours from 8 major Indian cities. Despite impressive efforts, the Indian government knows that it still has much homework to do. Therefore, it has recently announced a series of schemes, such as the National Infrastructure Pipeline, Gati Shakti National Connectivity Plan, and the National Logistics Policy. And the government is also putting its money where its mouth is. Over the past few years, the Indian government has released the so-called mega capex budgets. Therefore, India's government capital expenditure is expected to increase from 5.9 trillion rupees in 2021 to 10 trillion rupees in 2023. The next driver is the Indian government's incentives for manufacturers. As I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the Indian government has recently started to play an active role in stimulating manufacturing investment. The most notable policy measure is the Production-Linked Incentive, or PLI. This measure involves fiscal subsidies to manufacturing companies setting up production bases in India. And this scheme has varied conditionalities, such as the size of value-added exports or investments that manufacturing companies must fulfill over a series of years in order to receive financial subsidies. The number of manufacturing subsectors covered by the PLI scheme has gradually increased from 3 in March 2020 to 15 in September 2022. And the sectors include high value-adding, high technology sectors such as the semiconductor, display, IT device, renewable energy equipment, and automobile sectors. The most talked about outcome of PLI has been in the smartphone sector, with Pegatron starting to operate a factory in India in 2022. All 3 major Taiwanese contractors of Apple are now producing iPhones in India. As a result, in December last year, Apple became the first company to export smartphones worth $1 billion a month. At the current speed of contractors' investment, JP Morgan expects that India's share of global iPhone production will increase from 5% at the end of last year to 25% in 2025. What I see as a more tectonic shift is mega investment projects carried out by Indian conglomerates such as Tata, Vedanta, Reliance, and Adani. In particular, the size of some projects in the green energy-related manufacturing is potentially transformational. The final driver behind India's emergence as perhaps the world's main manufacturing hub is the country's geopolitical position. One cannot fully understand the emergence of manufacturing powerhouses without considering the global political situation. For example, the emergence of Korea and Taiwan needs to be understood in the context of the Cold War. The emergence of Poland and Hungary needs to be understood in the context of the fall of the Berlin Wall and the expansion of the European Union. And of course, the emergence of China needs to be understood in the context of its acceptance into the World Trade Organization. Fast forwarding to 2023, one could say that India is in a geopolitical sweet spot. It seems that countries in the East, West, North and South all want to team up with India. As discussed in the previous session, some notable partnerships in which India is participating include Indo-Pacific Economic Framework and the Quadrilateral Dialogue. And engagements more closely linked to the manufacturing sector include the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative and the Supply Chain Ministry Forum. And India's recent technology partnerships include the US-India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology and the EU-India Trade and Technology Council. Moreover, India has begun to consider free trade agreements, or FTAs, as a way to invigorate its exports after a decade of ignoring this tool. It has recently implemented an FTA with the UAE and Australia, and is discussing other FTAs with Canada, the European Union, and the United Kingdom. In sum, these efforts to foster closer diplomatic and economic relations with various countries, I believe, by helping India secure trust from global manufacturing companies seeking to diversify their global value chain. As I mentioned at the start of the presentation, I am in the optimist camp. I believe there's high probability that India is on the verge of emerging as the world's main manufacturing hub. This view is based on India's vibrant consumer market, financial stability, rapid infrastructure catch-up, active implementation of industrial policies, and geopolitical position. However, I would like to emphasize that these recent strengths also highlight the potential dangers ahead. The Indian government will have to ensure its continued support of consumption growth fosters stability, avoiding the overheating that could lead to an excessive increase in inflation and private debt. Relatively, you will have to keep a close eye on financial stability by appropriately managing the monetary policy and continuing to improve the the regulations on corporate and banking governance. And this factor seems to be especially important now in the wake of the Adani incident. The government must also find a way to sustainably finance infrastructure construction by using diverse tools for patient capital, including private financing where necessary. And perhaps most importantly, the operationalization of industrial policies will also require special attention as the PLI scheme is now graduating from the introduction stage. Conditionalities must be clear and transparent and they need to be met strictly. Moreover, the Indian government should carefully focus on a few sectors for their selected for their high value adding or job creating quality. Currently, there's a risk of the coverage becoming too broad, and as a result, resources being spread too thinly across too many sectors. The government will also have to inject much energy into coordinating the various public bodies involved in implementing industrial policies. All these jobs are very, very challenging, of course, but I believe they are doable, especially considering the political power and popularity that Prime Minister Modi has accumulated over the years. And finally, India's multi-alignment strategy will be put to the test over the next few years, if not months. India's relationship with diverse countries is certainly deepening, but so are the division and polarization between India's partners. It is yet to be seen whether India will be able to continue balancing on the tightrope of international relations. All in all, India's manufacturing sector is rising. Considering Korea's position in the global manufacturing value chain, it is not surprising that Korean companies are carefully evaluating India's rise. Korean conglomerates, including Samsung and Hyundai, expanding their production capacity in India, and several small and medium enterprises have started packing their bags in preparation to enter India. At the same time, however, as you can see the graph on the right, many Korean manufacturing companies still fear doing business in India, perceiving high level of uncertainty due to their lack of information, experience, and people-to-people interaction. And I hope that KIEP Delhi office, led by our wonderful colleagues Dr. Jo-Chung-jae and Kim Min-hee, will be able to help overcome these challenges by acting as a hub that can offer important information and context to Korean manufacturing businesses, and by fostering valuable Korea-India research networks for generating innovative policies in the manufacturing sector that could benefit both countries. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us today here. My name is Yoon Jae-ro, and I am an Associate Research Fellow at KIEP. So today I'm going to talk about the population in India and its impact on economic growth in the labor market. So this is what I'm going to cover today. So first I will go over some key facts about India's population, and then I'll talk about why should we care about this, and finish with a brief touch on the demographic dividend. So last year, there was a big hit on the news talking about India's population. That's because the UN's report says that India will become the world's most populous country this year, 2023, and it's the first year surpassing China's population. So according to the UN report, World Population Prospect, India's population is estimated to have more than 1.4 billion this year. And UN expects that India will take over China actually April 2023. India's population has grown more than 1 billion people since 1950, the year that the UN started counting the population. And this population will continue to grow. According to the UN's population projection, under the medium variant projection, which is the middle of the road estimate, India's population will surpass 1.5 billion people by the end of this decade. And it will continue to slowly increase until 2064, when it will peak at the 1.7 billion people. Under the high variance scenario, the country's population will surpass even 2 billion people by 2064. So this is very different from China. Lots of people compare India to China, particularly because these two countries are the top 2 populous countries in the world. And moreover, China is rapidly aging these days, while India seems to be staying young. Looking at this graph, we can see that India's population is vastly converging to the China's population over the years. So blue one is China, the bar is the population of China, red one is the population of India. Both countries' population growth rate has been slowing down since 70s. But China's growth rate starts falling fast after 80s. You can see the gray line is the growth rate of the population of China. This is because their birth control policy, population control policy, which is called one-child policy, was enacted. Due to this policy, China's population has stalled, resulting 0.1% growth rate in 2021. However, India's population growth rate, even it started falling since 1980s, but not as steeply as China. So India's growth rate has fallen to 0.97%, while China was 0.1% in India in 2021. So people compare India to China because of this. Also, this year is the first year that China actually reported the population is actually decreasing. For the first time in 6 decades, China reported a population decline. This is showing that India's population continues to grow while China's population is declining. Another thing we need to know is India is younger than China. People under the age of 25 account for more than 40% of Indian population. Looking at the age distribution differently, India's median age is 28, while the US median age is 38, and China's median age 39, Korea is 43. So if you compare India to China, you can see that India is way younger than China. While many other countries are rapidly aging, this is not the case for India. In India, adults aged more than 65 and older comprise only 7% of India's population, while in China it's 14% and in the US it's 18%. So under the UN's medium variant projection, the share of Indians who are 65 and older is likely to remain under 20% until 2063. So, is India next China? In the last 5 years, the country has made headlines for scoring the manufacturing jobs that have previously gone to the China, almost by default. But today, as China's period of intense economic growth appears to be coming to an end, it might seem as if now it's India's turn. India has a demography on its side, but India will have to work hard to translate its demographic windfall into much higher standards of living for average Indians. So in demographic-wise, when we compare India to China, India's working age population is still lower than China. Also, China's life expectancy is 85, but India is way lower. India is only 70. This means that India and China's population will not be a huge difference in any near future. So India is covered China's population, but it's not going to be diverged any soon. Also, for India to benefit from this population growth, the quality of labor force should be improved. According to the World Bank's Human Capital Index, India is 0.5 and China is 0.7. So even if India is the next China in terms of growth, India is a different country than China on fundamental dimensions. So now let's talk about the fertility rate. In the background of the huge population of India, there's a high fertility rate. During the early 2000s, the average Indian woman was expected to have over 3 children in her life. But Indian government constantly has worked on the lowering this fertility rate with the population control policy. The policy target was around 2, and also policy focused on the provision of quality reproductive health and nutrition. So this, even though fertility rate has decreased as the year passes, the population growth has not been much slowed down because of this population control policy. This is because the maternal mortality and the infant mortality has been improved a lot due to this policy. Infant mortality is the graph of infant mortality and include death rate. So infant mortality rate is the number of infant deaths for every 1,000 live births. This has decreased from 68 in early 2000 to 28. And the crude death rate has also decreased from 8.5% to 6%. So this also I haven't included here, but the expected lifetime of age has increased from 61 to 68 for male and 63 to 71 for female. So this seems like India is growing with the healthy policy and healthy environment. So now we've looked at the key facts about the India population. Then I want to ask, why should we care about this population growth? Why there were so big hit on the news about the population growth? So historically, population growth has been an important source of economic growth. When we think about the population production function, there's capital and labor, right? So the population here is a source of that labor. Especially we focus on the working age population, which is a population age between 15 to 64. When the working age ratio to the population increase, this can be translated to raise the rate of economic growth. This situation is also called the demographic dividend. Why this is called demographic dividend? Think that people of working age are more productive than other age group. And also this group is the group that saves more than other age group. So many researchers have been saying that high number of population is essential for a country to grow. Is this will be the case for India? Is this an opportunity for India? That was my question last year when the population news was going on and on. So as India is becoming the most populous country, people naturally start wondering about this. However, as I said before, I didn't say this before, but however, since COVID-19, the country has made headlines for scoring the manufacturing jobs that have gone to China. So there is hope that India can become the new manufacturing hub. So I will show you just one really crude graph here. What I'm seeing here is, this is a per capita income growth on the y-axis, and then it's working age ratio growth on the x-axis. This is just stating the correlation, but it shows the positive result on how population is impacting the economic growth. So this fitted line shows the relationship between the growth rate of working age ratio and the economic growth. There is a weak but positive relationship between the two. So there's a possibility that India can benefit from this population growth, but also need a lot of work to make this happen. As I mentioned, for India to benefit from the demographic dividend, India needs more investment in education to increase the quality of labor, social protection program or other programs to increase the female labor force, and maybe protect the unorganized sector. So I have to talk about how Korea and India can cooperate on this. But what I want to say is, in closing, I would like to say that Korean companies that are looking to benefit from India's demographic dividend, they must understand the diverse structure of its labor market in India and try to help how India can improve the quality of labor by helping the education system or social protection system. That's how we can start working together, India and Korea, and Korean companies can have more business in India. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Hyung-Min Han. I'm an Associate Research Fellow at KIEP. Today I'm going to talk about India's green energy sector. The title of the presentation is India's Green Energy Revolution, Opportunities for Korea and India Cooperation. This presentation is based on KIEP's last year's research on India's renewable energy market with our colleague KIEP. And let me start the presentation from growing importance of renewable energy. Basically, why we need to focus on the renewable energy sector. Since Paris Climate Agreement was adopted in 2015, the importance of new and renewable energy has been drawing attention. Under the Paris Climate Agreement, many countries need to make an effort to participate lowering the average temperature. One of the popular ways for a country to do this is to use eco-friendly energy, which is renewable energy. So that many countries are now providing policy to build the ecosystem of low-carbon industry and try to promote the usage of renewable energy. For instance, Korean government declared its goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 and announced policy plans to create low-carbon ecosystem in 2020. India government also announced its carbon neutrality plan in 2017 at COP26 in 2021. Indeed, India is highly active in expanding the renewable energy sector to meet carbon neutrality plans in 2070 to address its serious air pollution problem. Figure 1 shows the renewable energy supply by country from 2010 to 2019. And what we can see here is the size of India's renewable energy sector is growing over the years. And the renewable energy sectors in India is second in the world, right behind China. From the upward trend, we can also see the upward trends. And we can expect that the demand for the energy sector for renewable energy source in India is likely to grow in the long term. Now, let me let's have a look on the India's energy market first, supply side and the demand side, and then I'm going to show you the brief structures of renewable energy sector. First, I'm going to talk about the supply side of India's energy market. India's energy supply is mainly composed of two parts: the domestically produced coal, renewable energy, and second, the foreign source oil and coal. And what is interesting is that the supply of renewable energy in India is steadily increasing in terms of the absolute amount, but the proportion, the usage of the fossil energy is expanding rapidly than that of renewable energy. And also, what is interesting is that India's energy imports are increasing faster than the domestic production. So we assume that these trends are coming from the fact that the country's recent rapid economic growth and increased domestic demand and the dependency on the coal in both domestic and production and import is becoming more pronounced. And when you look at the demand side of India's energy market, India's final energy consumption is changing from direct consumption of renewable energy to secondary energy consumption such as oil and electricity. The decreasing trends of this direct consumption of renewable energy is coming from the fact that the India's renewable energy is increasingly converted into electricity rather than directly consumed, which affect these decreasing proportion trends of direct consumption of renewable energy. All in all, many data shows that the India's renewable energy market is significantly growing, which is true for, as you can see from the data, but the dependency on the fossil fuel is still the issues of India. So this implies, I don't think this is a bad trend. We can see that this implies that there are more rooms to grow in India's renewable energy sectors in the long term. Now let's move on to the compositions of India's renewable energy market. And when we look at the power generation data, we find that India's power generation from renewable energy sources is mainly from three parts: wind, solar energy, and bioenergy. As you can see from figure 4, recently the proportion of solar energy source in India's renewable energy power generation has increased rapidly. So we can say that the solar energy is become one of the top renewable energy source in India. And now let's move on to the India's renewable energy policy, which is basically the background of this energy structure. India's renewable energy market is supported by active policy from Indian governments. The seminal policies on renewable energy is the National Action Plan on Climate Change, NAPCC, which was introduced in 2008. The action includes several policies such as National Solar Plan, National Offshore Wind Energy Policy, and so on. The Indian government is also interested in hydrogen and ammonia recently. To do so, Indian government is providing the direct and indirect incentives to producers of green hydrogen and ammonia through hydrogen energy mission. To give actual support to the policy, we find that the Indian government is also changing laws and the system, which we can see from amended electricity bill of 2021 and the renewable energy purchase obligation, RPOs. And with the help of Indian government's effort on renewable energy market, the secondary renewable energy market, such as electronic car, is also expanding. So all in all, we consider India's fast-growing renewable energy market and its overseas cooperation with various global countries. India's renewable energy market can be a major area for cooperation in near future with many countries. And this is also true for the Korean firm. When we conduct a survey within a group of renewable energy firms in Korea, which we did last year, and we find that India is second most favored destination of investment for Korean firms in the next 5 years in terms of the renewable energy market. Also, India is attractive countries to cooperate because they have many CDM projects within the country. And from this, Korea's green energy FDI, greenfield FDI to India's renewable energy sector is growing over the past years. As you can see from figure 2, table 2, Korea is 9th place in terms of overall greenfield FDI in renewable energy sector during 2003 and to 2021. So all in all, I think that there are a lot of things to work on between Korea and India to have better cooperation on renewable energy. Since the KIEP is the policy think tank, I'm going to talk about a few policy recommendations. The first, to strengthen the Korea-India cooperation in renewable energy sector, I think it is necessary to establish a Korea-India energy dialogue. Since the relationship between Korea and India was upgraded to strategic partnership in 2010, economic and human exchange between two countries has been rapidly expanding. However, compared to India's cooperation with other 14 countries in this renewable energy sector, there are only few cooperation projects has been taken place between Korea and India. So building a regular discussion channel between Korea and India could be the first step to fostering the renewable energy cooperation between Korea and India. The second policy recommendation I want to talk about is to promote NDC reduction project in India. Korea and India needs to reach a bilateral climate change cooperation agreement. Under the Paris Agreement, the carbon reduction using cooperative approach between countries is defined as internationally transferred mitigation outcome, ITMO. And to secure ITMO, it is essential to discuss long-term goals of cooperation, target NDC, and the long-term low-carbon development strategy within the participating party. So establishing a climate agreement between Korea and India is essential for future ITMO project. And third, the Korea and India can be, we can think of the large-scale new and renewable energy project. Through this project, renewable energy firms from both Korea and India can participate in the large Indian renewable energy market and gain the experience. And the project finance could be supported by public funds such as ODA funds or other funds from multinational agencies such as ADB and GCM, which actually taking place these days. I think this is the end of my presentation, but regarding more detailed policy recommendation and the analysis on this research topic, you can find it from our KIEP website. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Jong Kim. It's my great honor to present my part of my research last year in front of you, distinguished guests and discussants. My topic is related to the potentials of Korea-India cooperation in South Asia. First, I am talking about India's economic relationship with neighboring countries, and then examine India's neighborhood policies, and try to look for policy implications for Korea-India cooperation in South Asia. Policy implication or policy suggestion is just my own, so it's not the opinion of the Korean government. So India's trade with South Asia neighboring countries has grown mainly around Bangladesh. India's export to Bangladesh increased more than 2.5 times from $3.1 billion in 2010 to $820 million in 2019. During the same period, export to Sri Lanka increased by $1.2 billion. However, imports from these South Asian neighboring countries of India only increased slightly during the same period. India's investment in South Asia has expanded, especially around Sri Lanka. Investment in Sri Lanka is centered on areas such as construction, wholesale and retail, finance, etc. Meanwhile, investment in Bangladesh or India has recently been growing rapidly in the manufacturing sector. In detail, as you can see in the table, India's export to South Asian neighboring countries do not account for a large portion of its total exports, but in general, its share, South Asia's share in India's total export has been increasing recently. Exports to Bangladesh are the largest, accounting for 2.5% of India's total exports. In addition, exports to Nepal and Sri Lanka are quite somewhat large. On the other hand, imports from South Asian neighboring countries of India is still very small. And India's investment heavily goes to Sri Lanka among South Asian countries, and its size exceeds $200 million in 2021. Investment in Bangladesh has also been on the rise recently, and the main area is, as I mentioned, in manufacturing. But I'm afraid South Asia does not account for much of India's total foreign investment. So, in general, the level of economic integration in South Asia is still very low. Trade in South Asia has been growing rapidly since 2000, as shown in the figure below. However, trade in South Asia falls short of this, and so trade in South Asia falls short of its potential, despite some efforts like SAFTA. India's trade share with its neighboring countries remains less than 4% of its total global trade. Most of India's neighborhoods are now largely reliant on China for the imports. I think that is main background or reason why India's recent strengthening of economic cooperation with South Asian neighboring countries. found that India's economic cooperation in the South Asian region substantially expanded after Modi government. India is strengthening economic cooperation through various channels. So that is India's main efforts to provide loans or integrate economy through bilateral or multilateral channels. India pushes ahead activist policy and neighborhood first policy and promotes cooperation in various areas including economics, technology, transportation, energy, environment, as well as security. Especially India is expanding loans, LOC, line of credit to South Asian countries recently. South Asia accounts for more than 40% of India's total LOC between 2021 to 2022. India's loans to the South Asian neighboring countries generally focus on building infrastructure to increase geographical connectivity. India is expanding LOC to countries such as Nepal and Myanmar, as well as Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. So, as you can see in the table above, India's LOC for South Asia is $12.3 billion, providing the largest LOC compared to other regions. Following South Asia, Africa and other Asian countries have large LOC from India. LOC of India is mainly about connectivity. There are many projects for Bangladesh and Sri Lanka on railways, and Nepal on roads, and Nepal and Myanmar for electricity. I think India is now strengthening its leadership in regional cooperation, especially BIMSTEC. BIMSTEC focuses on master plan for transport connectivity. Modi government has put development in the Northeast as a policy priority. BIMSTEC's function is being strengthened. In accordance with the BIMSTEC Charter adopted last year, summit will be held every 2 years and annual foreign ministers meeting will be held. With regard to Northeast development, India has promoted a number of infrastructure projects, especially together with Japan. As you can see in the table, Modi government is promoting various connectivity projects based on 6 major pillars. In case of Bangladesh, India's export to Bangladesh has increased rapidly since 2010, and the economic relationship between the two countries has been strengthened. The relationship between India and Bangladesh is now becoming friendly, so which is now called Sonali Ayali, is called golden phase. Prime Minister Modi visited Bangladesh in 2021. That year was the 50th anniversary of diplomatic ties between two countries. It was very important because it was Prime Minister Modi's first overseas event since COVID-19. So based upon territorial settlement between two countries as a stepping stone, the two countries promoted various initiatives such as trade, connectivity, energy, etc. In case of Sri Lanka, Prime Minister Modi was the first leader to visit Sri Lanka at the Easter tenor. Based on Sagar initiative of India, India is expected to continue effort to strengthen economic ties with Sri Lanka. Then, why did India further emphasis on South Asian connectivity or regional cooperation? The first foremost reason is to check China's influence on South Asia. Now China's trade with South Asian countries is about $1.5 trillion. It is 5 times more than India's. Against this background, India is promoting regional market and economic growth in South Asian countries, especially by supporting infrastructure modernization and improving connectivity. So, now Korea's trade and investment in South Asia is expanding, mainly centered on India, but I'm afraid stagnating with Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Bangladesh's imports from Korea fell from 1.6 billion in 2010 to 1.2 billion in 2019, with each share falling from 5.5% to 2.3%. Sri Lanka's imports from Korea fell from $25 million in 2010 to 23 million in 2019. Its share down from 1.7% to 1.3%. Korea's FDI towards Bangladesh and Sri Lanka also falls. So comparing to other countries like China, India, Japan, and even the US, Korea's trade and investment in South Asia countries are far below. But Korea has some quite tradition of ODA policy towards South Asian countries. Korea's ODA policy has been consistent in South Asia. Korean government designated Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, along with India as a key ODA partners in South Asia. Korea's ODA to those South Asian countries is somewhat less quantitative than those of major countries like Japan, but has been steadily accumulating. So future challenges of Korea include expanding the size of ODA towards South Asian countries and specifying effective and more helpful projects for South Asian countries. Last year, Seoul announced Indo-Pacific strategy, and I think that Korea needs to establish an economic cooperation strategy that encompasses South Asia. Korea has to consider importance of South Asia in terms of economy and maritime security. Korea has to realize South Asian countries' potential in market and product basis. I think this is the very right time for Korea's cooperation with South Asia because regional cooperation in those regions is becoming active, led by India. So now I'd like to suggest that Korea's cooperation with South Asian countries through India and regional organizations, especially BIMSTEC. The Northeast region requires large-scale infrastructure construction. Korea needs to find its role. Participation in projects such as trade promotion, investment and tourism promotion, technological cooperation, and energy resource development is critical to Korea, and Korea can be a partner of India. I think India-Japan cooperation is Korea's good benchmark. And so Korea should not be late for cooperation with South Asian countries besides India. So I also suggest that for production network linking India, South Asian neighboring countries, Southeast Asia and Korea is a mid and long-term vision. For this goal, Korea-India CEPA improvement negotiation should be completed soon. Korea also needs to expand FTA negotiation network in South Asia. Especially, Korea has to pay particular attention to FTA with Bangladesh. Korea has to pay attention to Bangladesh's potential as a production base as well as market, and its manufacturing production linkage toward India. So, and Korea also should be active in building export promotion zone or industrial zone in South Asian countries, including India and Bangladesh, etc. So I think that as a project of future Korea-India cooperation, it's one of potential and future project is toward South Asian neighboring countries. It is important for both Korea and India economically and also strategically. This is the end of my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President KIEP of KIEP, the chairperson of this session, my very dear friend Sachin Chaturvedi, and all the very distinguished participants of this symposium. First of all, let me begin by congratulating KIEP for opening this new office in Delhi. I hope that this will become a kind of facilitator of expanding India-Korea economic relations, which have been very, sort of growing very steadily, but it could boost them further. And I want to also begin by congratulating the four presenters of this session. I enjoyed listening to them very much. They all made some very interesting research, and then what we learned from them. I just like to highlight a few of the things, the big picture view coming from them, and not going into the details. And I'm sure all of us enjoyed the messages coming from them. Now, let me begin by the first, the paper on population. I think it made a lot of, good sort of conclusions from that analysis. What is coming out is that India is the largest population base. India has now, this year, in 2023, the largest population base in the world, but this is also the most youthful population base in the world. With the comparisons were given that India's median age is 28 years, compared to 38 years for US, 39 years for China. And this youthful large population base has number of implications for any partnerships. One is that, with the growing purchasing power and incomes, this becomes the largest center of consumption in overtime. So India currently is the third largest economy, going to be fifth by 2030. And projections from all different analysts in the world show that by the time we celebrate our centenary in 2047, it will be an economy of $30 trillion plus. It could be 35, 40, there are some variations in this, but 30 is kind of a bottom line for most of these estimates or projections I have seen. So this is one, that it is going to be a huge market. The other, which we fail to see very often, is that with the graying of populations around the world, and including in China, including in Japan, including in Korea, including in Europe and United States, where would the workers come from? Especially for the workers who will be trained for AI/ML, the new information age, new digital revolution, which is sometimes called as Industry 4.0 or Industrial Revolution 4.0. We need people trained in completely new set of things like coding, machine learning, and all that. And India, with the demographic, transition, fitted in such a manner that for next 2 decades or so, the dependency ratio for India will be still low. There is an opportunity for India to train the manpower in these new areas of research, new areas of skill formation, and become the skill or talent hub of the world, which is a very remarkable prospect for India. And I do not see any other country in the world having that kind of a possibility. And that also means it is very well poised to emerge as the manufacturing hub, because where would you find so many workers which could be trained? So I think Korean companies seeing India as an opportunity of not only as a market, but also as a place where they can find all the talent that will be needed. That is one big picture message which I read from this population paper. The second one is on industrialization. And again, there are a number of highlights which were coming from this analysis presented by Dr. Kim. So rising labor productivity, the macroeconomic and financial stability, and then the share of high value adding activities in manufacturing growing up. The middle class is growing up, which relates to the earlier point about population. The consumption spending is going up in main product groups. Infrastructure and logistics, which have been holding back India and its manufacturing potential from being realized, is being fixed. So I was very happy to see in one of his slides that infrastructure gaps are being closed, and in the last 4, 5, 6 years, the efficiency of ports, railways, and all of them have improved very sharply. And then another thing which is ease of doing business, which is not mentioned, but there are numbers floating around, how much of the incremental reforms have been taken, so which have helped the businesses to operate much more easily. And then the incentives, the industrial policy is unfolding. After many years of dithering, this government is really realizing the potential of manufacturing, the need for catching up with East Asian countries, and so is recognizing the opportunities for sunrise sectors in digital domain and in green industrialization, is offering incentives, production-linked incentives, which is part of the global trend, I must say, that the way US government is aggressively pushing industry and manufacturing through incentives and subsidies and all that. So it is part of the global trend to have industrial policy, and India is not behind. India is also, doing its bit to localize the manufacturing in the country. And also, the paper shows how the electronics is really taking hold in India, and $1 billion of mobile exports in 1 month by one company. It's a good feeling, it's a good encouraging sign of that companies really beginning to use India as a manufacturing hub. Of course, deepening of that manufacturing has to take place, but this is how you start. You start with assembling and then deepen it backwards. So, and then it also shows how some of the investment proposals on the table currently in active pursuit are, transformational. For instance, this Foxconn Vedanta semiconductor project. So there are those possibilities, and finally it shows how India is pitted in a geopolitical sweet spot. So there is a demographic sweet spot that India is in. There is a geopolitical sweet spot that India is in, where it is multi-engagement kind of, or multi-alignment, if you like, strategy being pursued, and the growing and expanding network of FTAs that Korean companies wanting to establish in India as a, sort of using India as a manufacturing hub can take advantage of. There was another presentation on green transition and then how there are ambitious plans for clean energy transition in India. And Korean companies can expand production for increasing demand, for feeding the increasing demand for electric vehicles, for instance, batteries, green hydrogen, and and then proposing to establish a Korea-India energy dialogue. All very well said, and some large-scale renewable energy projects to be set up in India. I think there are a lot of possibilities, and I'm sure the Korean companies will take a serious look at that. And then the final presentation about neighborhood policy, shows that trade and investment with some neighbors, of India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, especially, has been rising. Of course, every one of us who has looked at this knows that India's and South Asia's trade and investment potential had never been fully realized. In fact, those of us who studied this gravity model or different frameworks find that only we have begun to scratch the surface. 1/3 or less of the potential is realized. Why it has been like this? It is because the benefits of geographical proximity were never available to South Asia. We have, even though we are geographically contiguous, but the geographical connectivity, the land transport connectivity and the facilitation has been very poor, which means cost of doing trade within South Asia is higher than cost of doing trade with very distant places, United States or Europe. But this is being fixed. So this comes out from this presentation that India has offered lines of credit to neighboring countries to fix these connectivity gaps. And BIMSTEC connectivity master plan and Northeast projects are really helping to fix that. So, and alongside that, this network of FTAs in South Asia, we have SAFTA, but with ASEAN, India has a very well-functioning ASEAN-India FTA and SECA. India has one with Korea and one with Japan. And then there are special economic zones, and there are new, FTAs in the pipeline. So taking advantage of that, building an India, South Asia, Southeast Asia, Korea production network, I think is a very sensible proposal that this paper comes up with. There is a last week, economist, carried a story on Art Asia. Art Asia is about, diversifying the supply chains of global companies, on this China +1 lines. Because heavy dependence on single source, for which most of the companies around the world got into, are not healthy for their sustainable business, expansion. And so there is this thinking around the world and among the global companies to restructure these supply chains on this China +1, and economists called it Art Asia, alternative Asia locations. And so this is what actually Korean companies need to see, and see India's role or India's potential in this Art Asia kind of strategy. So I'd just like to sum up or close by saying that India is a bright spot on the horizon in the global economy now, and is going to be so for the foreseeable future, and all different projections point to that direction. We don't realize how much the virtue of macro fundamentals that India represents. Today, IMF is confirming that 75 countries in the world are facing debt crisis, and 1/3 of the world economy is in recession. Why India is making a very good growth in these turbulent times? It's because we have focused on maintaining macro fundamentals, very robust macro fundamentals. And so then, so rest follows. So keeping in mind these macro fundamentals and the strengths which have come out of some of these papers, that the demographic sweet spot, which means very large base of trained manpower for services and manufacturing, and very large base for expanding demand, and then the geopolitical sweet spot, when you can access from India all different markets, taking advantage of the investment India has made in building harmonious relations with all different sides of the international relations. So I think this is an opportunity for Korean companies to exploit, and I hope that this office opening of KIEP would help in facilitating exploitation of this potential. So with these words, thank you very much, and congratulations once again.
Dr. Kim, President of the KIEP, the new director here in Delhi, Mr. Chong Jie, welcome to our office here, and I congratulate you for opening the office and opening up the new linkages that are here, and also deepening, as Dr. Nagesh said, India-South Korea partnership. So this, I think, is extremely important. I think it's also a privilege for me to be here, as we are part of the India-South Korea bilateral dialogue along with ICW, and RIS and ICW have been two nominated think tanks by the government to take this dialogue forward, and President KIEP has been in this dialogue with us for some time. Friends, let me at the outset congratulate all our 4 presenters. Extremely interesting presentations and very interesting session. In next few minutes that I have, I wanted to divide my comments into 2 broad sections. One is in terms of ideas and impressions that I got after hearing the presentation, but something that I wanted to say on my own in terms of how the broader context of changing India is important, and that I think is something which Dr. Nagesh has covered, but I think it's also important for our colleagues from Korea to see. Which goes beyond numbers. Sometimes it also brings in numbers in some contextualization that is needed, and also the way things have evolved in India in last 8 years. And I think that way the factual details that we have, the policy inferences that we need to draw, and also the new approach that India has in terms of engagement with global actors and the production value chains and the trade regimes which are governing India's international connect. And that I think is important for us to take cognizance of. First and foremost is the huge digital infrastructure that has come up in the country, and that has facilitated expansion both in terms of digitalization of business transactions, but also enabling common people to leverage that strength in terms of bringing in financial inclusion at a much larger scale, which
which has never been sort of envisaged before. And just to put in context, the digital transactions that have happened now in this year, it is 3 times that of China, total digital transactions that are happening in India. And they are 7 times of what US, UK, Germany, all 3 put together along with Japan. So that kind of quantum is something which is important to see how financial sector cooperation, how trade, investment, technology-related transaction, how even energy balancing that India is engaged in is happening. So from that perspective, it is important how it is bringing in everyone in this new growth process strategy that India has evolved. When we talk about infrastructure, this is important because the infrastructure pipeline that India has evolved has this huge dimension of mobilizing domestic resources for funding infrastructure. The presentation on industry and infrastructure could have covered this dimension. Last financial year alone, India mobilized $26.5 billion raised within the country to finance infrastructure. That included energy, that included the infrastructure. Even if you look at the presentation on infrastructure, I was looking at it. If you see 3.5 lakh kilometer roads only in rural areas, So the hinterland and hinterlands connect is important for us to factor in as to how things are happening. Then comes in the part, as I said, with digitalization, we are trying to bring in financial inclusion, but also by direct benefit transfer, by enhancing skills, and also creating digital public goods, which are supporting in a major way health, education, skill, and bringing in new energy in the stakes, which I think from all the 4 presentations, there were references, but India is something which is now entering into cooperative federalism, as Prime Minister has been saying. So any analysis of India as a whole, giving some macro numbers, has very little meaning because most of the presentations that were there today are being addressed more at the state level. And that also goes to the population dynamics. Population dynamics of Kerala is so different from that of Bihar or Punjab or even, for that matter, Uttar Pradesh. So the state variations are extremely important. They are important from perspective of financial inclusion, digital public goods, ease of living, ease of doing business, the idea of health and issues that are related to investment. Almost all states now are competing for foreign direct investment. And this is something which is a new reality in India. The state from where I come in, I remember when our ambassador, she has just shifted from Seoul now to US as our ambassador, deputy ambassador, and we were trying with her if soybean production and tofu production, we can get some South Korean firms to do the aggregation, because there are several small tofu producers, and South Korea is a huge importer of tofu. So how do we create those aggregations at the state level? And that's where the dimension comes in. The second point that I want to mention is in terms of new assertive government approach on several dimensions. India squarely rejected IMF pressure to scale up our rate of interest for balancing against the growth. And this, I think, is something which India maintained. And now if you analyze the range within which India's inflation has happened in last 17 months is a story in itself. We could save India to get into recession, which would have happened. We could not do that in 2008 after the Lehman Brothers collapse. India was also forced to give dole out to our business, which there was no need of. And as a result, we created huge NPAs all across the Indian banking sector. So this, I think, has to be analyzed and has to be placed in that context. The presentation that we saw from Mr. Kim on the idea of industrialization. I think a couple of points now I would get into specific presentations, and each one I have some comments on. So the first thing that I want to mention is your slide on India's strengths, and I agree with several dimensions that you have mentioned about vibrant consumer market, financial stability, infrastructure and connectivity, government incentives, geopolitical sweet spot. My point here, as I said in the beginning, is about state-led processes. So what state-led processes are, they are important. And that leads to this new emphasis on good governance. So labor laws implementation, keeping the foreign direct investors out of that, I think is important in terms of why and how India is looking at this option of becoming new hub for manufacturing. And that I think is something which is important here. Also would be important to see how much South Korean firms may contribute in terms of this new localization of development agenda that the government has come up. Like for instance, I give you an example. Almost all states have introduced this idea of ODOP, one district, one product, which requires sophistication, which requires marketing skills, which requires the standards, product standards, etc. And that's where South Korean firms, with their expertise in food processing, may enter in, because it's the state-led program where private sector participation, if co-opted, can bring in. And I also found your idea of India-Korea Research Network that you mentioned, Dr. K, I think is important. And this is where the point comes in as to how we can enhance the landscape of the India-Korea FTA. What kind of new approach, new strategy on modernization of the FTA is needed? As you might have seen, as Dr. Nagesh very rightly mentioned, now India's strategy on free trade agreements has changed. It has changed almost for bringing in new sectors, for bringing in much greater depth in our approach on FTAs. The India-UAE FTA, for instance, covered data, digital data, and digital IT and data-related transactions that are happening. They also bring in, and fortunately my research institution is involved in the IPEF strategy, where we are becoming part of the dialogue, not only with the IPEF, but also with India, Australia, where we are trying to do that. And this, I think, would be important in terms of how we, is something which is now entering into cooperative federalism, as Prime Minister has been saying. So any analysis of India as a whole, giving some macro numbers, has very little meaning, because most of the presentations that were there today are being addressed more at the state level. And that also goes to the population dynamics. Population dynamics of Kerala is so different from that of Bihar or Punjab or even, for that matter, Uttar Pradesh. So the state variations are extremely important. They are important from perspective of financial inclusion, digital public goods, ease of living, ease of doing business, the idea of health and issues that are related to investment. Almost all states now are competing for foreign direct investment. And this is something which is a new reality in India. The state from where I come in, I remember when our ambassador, she has just shifted from Seoul now to US as our ambassador, deputy ambassador, and we were trying with her if soybean production and tofu production, we can get some South Korean firms to do the aggregation, because there are several small tofu producers, and South Korea is a huge importer of tofu. So how do we create those aggregations at the state level? And that's where we talk about youth. If you compare the strategy of Japanese firms in India and South Korean firms in India, you would see that Japanese firms have invested heavily in skills. On insistence of the
Gujarat government where they started, and the first Maruti skill center came up in Gujarat. After that, they had to open one in Bangalore. I visited and spent some time in terms of how Japanese are really training. I do not see South Korean firms investing in those skills that they are entering in production. So that skill process is required. Even when India, Japan entered with Abe-san in 2016, when we entered in agreement, the idea of sending Indian nurses, male and female, to Japan, the training courses were launched here in India by Japan. So that has gained a Japanese economy. I think something of that kind probably would be required as we go forward. You also refer to state variations and refer to NMR and MMR. My submission would be in this year's economic survey of the Ministry of Finance of the Government of India, you would see a beautiful graph which shows how some of the states are converging, and the idea of some states lagging behind is no more going to be relevant in the next few years as more and more states are converging. So that factor, I think we would have to take cognizance of. Social sector reforms, I think South Korea is also part of the development cooperation spectrum of India. And if you look at Germany and India's partnership, several of the companies of Germany, including KFW, have launched a social security program in the state of Karnataka. And this is something which is important for the South Korean firms to take forward. On the two presentations that we had, one by Hwang Min Han and also Dr. Kim Jong-won, both these presentations are extremely interesting. On the green energy and also for the South Asia, I have one common observation. At my own institute with Ministry of External Affairs, we have launched an initiative called South Asia Group on Energy, SAGE. And this SAGE is trying to see what Prime Minister of India has said of one region, one grid. And we are working on this South Asia regional grid for energy security in the South Asian region. Just 2 months back, I hosted all the secretaries for power of South Asia here, and we had detailed discussions with them on infrastructure, on supply, and also the concerns that some of the South Asian countries have of excess production. Nepal is going to be surplus, and they want to export it to Bangladesh. But the supply has to happen through India. So South Korean investment banks may come forward as US is coming in, the European Investment Bank is coming in. So the Asian investment regime should be supplementing the effort. So I think SAGE is an important initiative, both Dr. Hwang Min for you, but also Dr. Kim Jong for you for taking that forward. On energy, I think one point that I found missing was about the new ethanol production policy that the Government of India has come up with, and also the strategy to have an ecosystem for investment. And that's one big area where several German firms have come up to invest in India on ethanol. And I think South Korea being with this investment, both in your own country but also in Brazil, I think would be important. Electric vehicles and associated initiatives are also important. I must congratulate you, Dr. Kim Jong-won, for the paper on South Korea's sort of perspective on India's neighborhood policy. This is extremely important paper, and I think if we look at the dimensions you talked about, LOC is just one component. What we say is that India's engagement with neighboring countries, neighborhood, is at in form of what we call as development compact. And that development compact has 5 facets. Number 1, as you mentioned, is LOC, but there are 4 others. The first one is capacity building. Second is technology transfer. Third is trade and investment. So trade is concessional trade that we get access to. And fourth is about the grant. So when you talk about LOC, LOC is just a very small component. In fact, the history is that India has only from 2011 onwards started giving lines of credit to neighboring countries. We never gave LOCs to them till China entered in a major way. Bangladesh was the first recipient, and then we entered in. So this is my first point observation on your point, apart from CH that I made. The third observation is about industrial zones in South Asia, and that I think is an important dimension that South Korean firms can look into. Japan's investment in Myanmar now is leading to situate ports connect with industrial zones that are there. South Korea's effort would be extremely important. I do due to the initiative that was there. We gave a call for regional value chains from I2U to come in, and the Prime Minister in the last Sri Lankan hosted BIMSTEC summit gave the call for value chains to come up. We are studying the food value chain with the expertise of South Korean firms in food value chains. I think is extremely important. The other thing that I want to mention here is South Korea's opportunity with business in food processing sector is huge. And this is both for sanitary and phytosanitary measures, technical barriers to trade, intellectual property related issues, but also in terms of how we build up regional institutions for promoting trade in value products that are there. But I congratulate all the four speakers for excellent presentations. Thank you.
Especially, they have very strong aspirations to expand the economic, including everything, the relations between Korea and India. So I think no problem. We can learn about 2 hours. Are you ready? And generally, the last session is the hardest. Yeah. But anyway, we have to go. We have to finish in these sessions with you. So everybody, please give a big hand first. And I think you had better introduce yourself first, okay? And they are all of the visiting scholars here. Oh, I missed before start. I introduced our KIEP the visiting scholar program very shortly, because this is a round table of visiting scholars. So we KIEP long 1 month visiting program since 2009 and have about 100 scholars from 23 countries so far. Invited scholars will reside and work in schedule KIEP headquarters. The visiting scholars are expected to actively engage in networking and research during their visit. KIEP provide various supports to them. As you may have guessed, the purpose is to build research network through the international human exchange and promote a dynamic global and regional research. For this program, the KIEP has designated and operated a researcher in charge. She is ENG up there. So if you have any questions, please tell her today or anytime through the online, like the email. Okay? And we have brochures also. No, anyway. Thank you. So first, you have better introduce yourself first, and also please tell us when did you visit here, and what impressed you the most during the KIEP stay, and what is your feeling and hopes for the opening of the KIEP Delhi office first? It's some kind of the icebreaking. Okay. How about Dr. Dan? I think you have been the KIEP the longest ago. Do you remember something?
Please.
Thank you, Dr. Cho. First of all, I congratulate you and your team working hard and for making your mission possible. Opening an international office is not an easy task. Perhaps the Brookings Carnegie, this too, and I think this is the third one. Many will be following you, so you will be the trendsetter. The Koreans are always like that. They are the most communistic people. Belong in a commune, they look each other and they stay together. That's what, when I visited Korea in 2005, that's what I picked up. In 2005, I still remember, we were in the old building and I landed in the month of February. I picked up a wrong season to go visit. I visited the month when they go for a long holiday. So I was locked. But my mentor and another great scholar of the country who retired, Professor Lee, and I used to go in the old building, the 11th floor, where the visiting scholarship extended to me for a month. And package was very attractive to me, and I instantly accepted because I was working that time, beginning of quantity modeling, and etc., etc. So I still remember those very huge experience. The paper I wrote, I think still it is there in the library, and there are many citations. All those are available to me at a different time. And when I was there, I convinced many senior scholars that why don't you introduce research fellowships on permanent basis? Because I was not part of the one you read, right? It came in 2009, I guess. So Professor Sun Chon Lee, your friend who moved into another organization, and he was then heading your regional cooperation team. So and he took it. So it was a good time. I still remember, visited many times, collaborated with so many scholars in KIEP, and I took my family as well, my daughter, my wife, later on in the scheme. So thank you very much for remembering me and continuing to work, and looking forward to have more interaction with staying here. Thank you.
I think you have been also Yangtze, our old building. Yes, okay, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's my pleasure to be part of this visiting scholar workshop. I have been to KIEP this visiting scholarship in 2012. I spent 1 month, June, in Korea. Actually, in the beginning, I was not having because basically my domain of interests are normally security, international relations, and all those things. So initially I was reluctant, but I applied and I was selected. I went there, I met Dr. Cho and other people also. And the most important thing which I remember about my visit, that actually very first day or second day, I was taken to library of KIEP, and the librarian in KIEP told me that tell me any information, any document you want. It's my responsibility. Within 2-3 days, I'm going to produce you that document. It was really a wonderful place to work, to do our research. I learned a lot rather than contributing many things. But then onwards, I have been in touch with KIEP. I think every year I go to Korea, and almost from 2012 to 2022, last year also. Every year, at least once, Dr. Cho invites me to KIEP for lecture, except those 2 years, Corona year, 20 and 21. So it's a very fruitful journey for me. I learned a lot, and I think when you have started your journey in India, I hope that the similar research facilities are going to be established here also. And I think many of us, India, we are not probably aware, but lots of Korean people, they feel, especially KIEP when I visited there, the data, I don't know much about economics, but data which is available in India is quite late in India. And I think it's a very frustrating experience for researchers to come out with good research papers. I hope that whatever data available in India, that will be much more easily compiled by you, and some other, you can say, informal data you can collect. And that's going to provide lots of input for India and Korea policymakers and academicians. So thank you very much for coming to India. We have all our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Professor Pan, please.
Yeah, so first of all, congratulations for you opening this office. Something I was told that by Doyen Kim, who I met over there, over the last 2 years. And I was actually looking forward to this day when formally we are celebrating you opening this office. Now, some of the things which I took away when I visited in 2019, before COVID struck. Of course, you took me for lunch. I don't know whether you will remember that, to an Indian restaurant. A North Korean restaurant. And one of the things which I still cherish at that point of time is this scholarship gave me an opportunity to work on a paper which at that point of time was kind of new, because I started working on ENG. And although I presented what I worked over at your institute, eventually that paper got published in Foresight and STI Governance, which is a Scopus Q1 Index journal. So in terms of bearing the germ of doing some research, in fact, carrying forward, I also presented that research at ADB in Manila. So one thing that we start off with, and thankfully your organization gave me that opportunity, has now germinated into many other things. So you start off with something, some idea, it eventually get published in some reputed journal, because some of the input I got while presenting my study over there was actually helpful for me to get this over at a journal, as well as to take it to a multilateral platform like ADB. And you'll be also happy to know, because of my interaction over there, I am now a senior fellow with Hankook University of Foreign Studies. So that also came up as a secondary thing, something which I did not expect at that point of time. So there are many young scholars over here. So my suggestion to them would be that why don't you also apply? Because you never know what you start off with will give you so many other avenues which you will be very pleasantly surprised. So I really thank you for giving Indian scholars this opportunity to go and work over there, something we always aspire for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your invite and many congratulations for your new office. And I think that I was the last candidate before the pandemic, because the pandemic started in China in 2019 in the month of December. So I thought that now it's time to go back to India, that if I get stuck there, then it will be very difficult for me to go, because as all of us know, the situations all around the world, that the lockdown was imposed. As far as my experience at KIEP is concerned, during this district scholar fellowships, I closely worked with Dr. Han and the support which I got from Dr. ENG, and with respect to the process, procedures, everything is so streamlined and organized, and which I personally feel that it is missing somewhere, even if you work in the public institutions in India or even in the private institutions, and that is something that which I admire a lot, and I think that these countries, the firms which are in India and the public sector institutions, they must learn that the process procedures are very harmonized and streamlined. Another thing, that I am a vegetarian, so it was in a very difficult situation for me to find out in a hotel, an Indian hotel, and for that Dr. Cho, that he took me to an Indian
hotel, so where I had food, and also the support which I got from another scholar, Dr. Kim from South Asia division, and she guided me to find out a hotel because I was living in Daejeon region, so all the way moving from Daejeon to Sejong for my scholarship program. So I was able to find out 2 hotels and able to adjust, because it's very difficult when you are a vegetarian and where you are living in a country where majority of people they are basically non-vegetarian. So out of this visit, I would say the one paper which I wrote under the mentorship of Dr. Han on India-South Korea relations, because at that point of time that India's participation, India's joining of ASEAN, like it was at a very critical moment that whether India will join or not join. So I particularly looked at it that how India's position in ASEAN is different from India's position in case of India-South Korea Comprehensive Partnership Agreement. And other than this, I was able to produce a paper on the sources of India's trade policy preferences, and that which finally got accepted and published in Journal of World Trade, which is the KBDCP and Q2 category paper. So like this was an achievement for me because that's how I started my journey in academic coming from an industry. Because at that time I was working with the Engineering Export Promotion Council, so then I slowly moved to the academic world. So overall, I would say that it was a fantastic experience, and especially the hospitality support which I received from the KIEP staff, like it was amazing. I have no words for it. And thank you very much once again for inviting me and for inviting these sessions, and many congratulations for your view of this.
You are the last visiting scholar.
Yes, yes.
When I stay here, please.
So, thank you, Dr. Cho, for inviting me. And I think among all the visiting fellows, I am the youngest one. And post-pandemic, I am the first who visited Korea under this visiting fellow scholarship. And actually, I was selected in 2020, but because of pandemic, it got postponed. But I really appreciate the KIEP's South Asia team, and particularly CG, who constantly mailing me and touching with me over mail and guiding me throughout. And finally, I was able to make December 2022 that I visited for 1 month. And that was also, maybe it's unfortunate to me, that was almost a vacation time. I could not able to explore much and most of the team, but now I'm very happy that I was able to meet whoever I could not able to meet in Korea, particularly Dr. Han, that I could not able to meet there. And my visit during that time, when I'm having an experience of working at university, I moved from RIS, my ex-boss is Professor Pravide, with whom I worked for the last 6 years. So it's too hectic for me, focusing more on teaching rather than research, but that gives me a lot of time for me to revive back my academic research exploration and whatever the pending research work, honestly speaking, that I was able to complete. And I also showed to Dr. Bowen for his review, and he also, in a very short time, he reviewed my paper very critically and gave me the inputs. And that I incorporated and I also submitted in time. In addition to as a part of the research, I also focused on research, particularly on value chain and investment relation between India and Korea. That I also just initiated it, and I also submitted that paper, and I also planning to develop further with the guidance of again Dr. Bowen. Even Kim also in his presentation highlighted some of the PLI, which I am looking forward to also collaborate with. But overall, my experience at there, which morning Ambassador Chairman already said that we have to learn many things, particularly the hostings skill of Korea. And I also learned how they are organized and very systematic and time management, which if at all I have to take something from Korea, that I have to take it in terms of incorporating myself in my own style and practices. And thank you very much, and also specifically congratulate for this KIEP Delhi office. I think this open up for the youth. I can call myself a youth. So this also gives a lot of exploration for the Indian youths, and also a lot of possible collaboration of Indian youth with Koreans in terms of sharing the knowledge and new ideas, because the startup is a new talk of the town where there are a lot of potential opportunities, and through these initiatives and KIEP Delhi office, which give a lot of outreach for the youth who can also be motivated to apply and benefit from this. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. All of you have just good memories. From now on, please, not too much diplomatic, okay? Including me, we already know your aspirations. How you, including me, we want to make good relations, expand our relations to your side and our side. So please more frankly and give us a kind of specifically, okay? I will start a couple of the common questions to you, and then I will give you some individual questions according to your expertise, and then I will open the floor to take the questions or comments. Okay. First of all, what would be the most meaningful or the successful project or policies in Korea-India relations over the 50 years, and why? And conversely, what was the regulatory policies or project? If you have, please answer first. Dr. Taylor first.
Which time?
As you like, but just 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Joe. I think there are many good stories of India-Korea relations. I normally follow Korea more from a regional cooperation and integration point of view, because I deal with the ASEAN East Asia Summit, where Korea is also a member. So, but I started working on Korea when the SEPA was in the joint study group stage. RIS was asked to contribute 2 chapters that time. Then I met Professor Sun Jung Lee, who used to come from KIEP to contribute Korea's version of the services trade and also trade facilitation, these 2. Now, certainly for the last 50 years, what's the greatest achievement between the 2 countries is, to me, engaging each other in economic trade investment. That's the enormous focus, and this has happened through SEPA only, that's what I think. And certainly, so this is a great achievement in the last 50 years between India and Korea. Well, I don't follow on farm level or enterprise level their exchanges of things in the chemical sector or many others. But from the trade point of view, the trade facilitation, India customs, Korean customs, they have joined working group to exchange each other's experiences dealing with customs level relations. Korea and India, they are partnered in authorized economic operators, AEO. And Korea has a single window, India has also a single window in customs clearances. And if I studied a little bit with my friend who was a Korean working in KDI, Korean Development Institute, Dr. Rama. And now he told us, I have seen the model that how the Korea went ahead in the trade facilitation, particularly the digital part of the trade facilitation. It's an enormous success story for the Koreans, which Koreans have extended some of the countries in Southeast Asia, and India is also certainly very interested. So, one is in the last 50 years, the trade relations, investment relations has increased. This is a great achievement. How this has happened, I will say the critical factor here is the bilateral SEPA. It's a comprehensive. And if I go a little deeper, the SEPA, which one I feel that there are several best practices that Korea and India, they came together and picked up each other. Trade facilitation, it's an area where both of them at the government level, they have a very good understanding about customs, civic, and the Korean customs. These are great achievements, which I can. Plus, when I look at in ASEAN, cultural aspects, I just cannot ignore it. Korean culture, so fusion music, its cuisine, its food, very popular across the world, particularly in Southeast Asia and some parts of India. If you travel to Northeast India, part of India, you will see some of the states, they actually look at the Korean drama, Korean, several cultural artifacts. They attach very much deeply in. So culture is another area where we have done relatively well between the two countries. Perhaps Professor Misra can talk more about it. So these two, I can see very much when I look at ASEAN or look at Korea, both at regional point of view and also a bilateral point of view. There is, I stop it, it's one example, just to, in the last 50 years, what we have done. At a regional point, Korea became a dialogue partner of ASEAN 2 years before India. India celebrated 30 years of ASEAN-India relation last year. Korea celebrated it 1 year before the COVID pandemic. But some of the projects that India implemented in Southeast Asia, like a network of think tanks, artists camp, youth summit, some of the things that we have implemented, we means in India and ASEAN together. Korea has also picked up the same thread. And if I look at ASEAN Korea Center, they have also started doing a think tank, ASEAN Korea Think Tank Network, ASEAN Korea Cultural Tour, ASEAN Korea Artist Camp, ASEAN Korea Youth Program. So many things, I found that Korea has followed India in a third region. So these are something, which are possible. They are collaborations, not a competition. That's what I think. Similarly, we looked at digitization of trade facilitation. Paperless part of the Korean trade facilitation. That we have been following you. So these are some of the achievements which I can document and write. Thank you.
Thank you. Meaningful or successful things between both the youth like the one in SEPA and also the K-culture. And the one thing you needed is kind of some like the Korea ASEAN Center, maybe Korea India Center like this. Okay, very good idea, I think.
Yeah, I think India-Korea relations really very spectacular in last 30 years at least, I can say. In post-Cold War era, there were two problems between India and South Korea in the Cold War era. One was that India was a closed economy, whereas South Korea was a export-led growth model. Similarly, we were slightly away from the United States, which was a security ally and very close ally of South Korea. So these two restrictions, they suddenly, because India liberalized our economy, we liberalized, and I think we also started with having good relations with the United States gradually. So these two structural problems, they disappeared in 1990. And I think that Korean companies basically, they have been the initiators. They utilized this opportunity like Hyundai. They came to India, they started their business, even though at that point of time there was still lots of restrictions, lots of challenges. So in the success story of India-South Korea relations, I see the economic, the contemporary phase. I'm not talking about ancient relations. We had several phases, ancient, medieval, and even during Korean War and partition time. But in contemporary time, the leader had been the Korean company. They started coming to India, and once they started coming to India, many Indian students, they wanted to learn Korean language. I was teaching at Delhi University in those years, and lots of students, they started coming because they could have good job opportunity. So I think as Professor Praveen mentioned, that the SEPA had been, before 2009 we had SEPA agreement. And this agreement was the result of 5 years of 2004 when President Moon visited India. then the joint committee was established to study that thing. So Korea utilized this opportunity and our economic cooperation became the bedrock on which gradually educational exchanges started having more. We also started remembering our old ancient linkages, King Suro's story and Princess of Ayodhya going to Korea. So those stories were reimagined by, you can say, brought in by Indians and even in Korea. So I think culturally also, educationally also, we got connected through our economic foundation. And then we can see that even strategic partnership also started. Then 2010 we had, 2015 we increased into special strategic partnership. So my observation of this 50 years of India-South Korea relations, I see that economy has been a very, very important bedrock on which our relations have become much more diversified. And that's why I emphasize that this important bedrock must be further strengthened, further diversified, and whatever reluctance, whatever hesitation has come in, it seems to me in the last few years, there's some hesitation that I will talk later. I think, especially like, I can tell you that, like our commerce minister, 10 days back he made a statement saying that Hyundai and Kia, he identified two companies, Korean companies, they have got lots of benefit out of FTA, SEPA, between India, and I think that's not good. That led to India's trade deficit with South Korea. That it may be factually correct. And basically he was blaming that because they hire only to Korean company, they sublet to Korean company. Even if Korean company charge more, they sublet to Korean company rather than giving to some Indian company. That's not a good practice. But probably he missed the point that when they hire a Korean subletting, even if at the higher cost, the efficiency is much more better. The reliability is much more better. Nobody, any businessman, is not actually bothered about what is the origin of a company normally. They are more interested about product, efficiency, profit, and all those things. And that is the reason why they have been doing it. So I think still I feel that there are some hesitation from both sides, I would say. You know, I can tell you, 2004 we started SEPA negotiation, 2009 we concluded. 2015 when Narendra Modi visited Korea, he said that we are going to renegotiate, revise our SEPA. 2015 to 2023. Almost in 8 years we have not been able to revise it. So this shows that there are some problems, and I think that economic foundation of India-South relations must be strengthened from both sides. Even if they are looking for reciprocity, they look for long-term reciprocity rather than very short-term mechanical reciprocity of the immediate time. So that's the initial remark I would say, and I will stop myself.
You are saying the hesitation in separate negotiations in India side. Next time I try to board the Indian officials. They have to learn and they have to listen to your idea. Okay, Mr. Bani.
Yeah, so let me try to address your question in two parts. First is why you cannot afford to neglect India. And second part is in what way Korea can supplement the growth story that we are seeing in India. So let me start with some numbers, and again I will take only three important pillars. The first is we are talking about India's GDP growth. Now India is the fastest growing large economy in the world at this point of time. Now interestingly, if you try to understand this whole story behind India's growth, two-thirds of our domestic, two-thirds of our GDP is actually driven by domestic demand, right? So that is another important thing. And therefore, if we do not have another COVID-like situation, this growth is going to sustain. And let me throw you a few more numbers. Like starting 1947, when we got our independence, until 2020-21, India received in total around $500 billion of FDI, out of which 80% 80% of the FDI came after 2014. Okay, this is not to. So there is something that the present political discourse of the government is doing right, which kind of explain that why this 80% has come since 2004. The second is, we are now close to $3 trillion US economy. Now again, if you look into the growth path, for reaching first $1 trillion economy, we took around 50 years after independence, okay? Now hold your breath. To reach the second 1 trillion, we took 8 years. And to reach the third trillion, which we are nearing, we took only 5 years. Okay, so that should also tell you whatever thing is happening in terms of FDI flow is because the people who are investing, they must have seen something in India, otherwise they wouldn't have invested. Okay? And the third part of the story is something what I say that we should learn from China. And there, I think the Korean firm can actually help us. Now, if you see why China has become the factory of the world, and eventually we were able to pull out millions of people out of poverty by increasing the growth rate. What China did, and this is, we are talking about late 90s, and this momentum actually happened once China joined WTO, is they invited all the manufacturing firms, all the leaders in US, Germany, and other developed countries to invest in China. But the catch was that you are okay to invest in China, but you have to bring the technology with you. Right? So something similar we are also seeing in case of India right now, where we see that some of the world leaders, be it ENG, Samsung, Kia, Hyundai, they are coming in, they are coming with good technology, something India can adopt. And I remember seeing one of the slides that was presented, which is to showcase that how India has now become or becoming leader in terms of exporting smartphones, right? So that is a very glaring example of how you can adapt to cutting edge technology and prosper. So it's a win-win game. Another thing which I think is a very good thing for Korea, because Indian government is investing a huge chunk of money, almost to the tune of 10 lakh Indian crore rupees, towards building roads, ports, airports, terminal, houses, so on and so forth. So these are building infrastructure. Now, if I look into the marginal return on investing on infrastructure between Korea, between China, between Japan and India, if I were to compare that, the marginal return on investing on India's infrastructure is maximum. Why? Because we don't have that great many roads, ports and airports. These are being built. So if you're building one more additional bridge, if you're building one more additional road, the marginal value addition of that investment is huge. And because of that, you see the Japanese firm or the Japanese government, they are so keen about investing in Indian project, because if they were to put their money in bank, the saving rate is, in the real term, is actually negative. It makes sense to invest in India's infrastructure growth story, which is a win-win situation for both Japan and India. I think something similar Korean government can also learn from Japan is to invest in India's infrastructure, because the return to India's, or for that matter, any infrastructure, if it is developing, it's around 3 to 4% in real term, which is much more higher than the return to your capital sitting in Korea. Okay. And finally, there is we have heard about SEPA and why Indian Commerce Minister is kind of not that hopeful, because we are running a huge trade deficit with Korea. But the good news is we are also running a huge trade surplus with Korea when it comes to services sector. Now, why can't we in negotiation it's all about give and take. So why can't we kind of open up few services sector in which India has competitive advantage and open up few other items, for instance, electronics. By the way, if you look into the data, trade data, most of the trade data are of intra-industry type. Intra-industry type means Korea and India are trading in similar commodities, be it organic chemical, be it electronic items, be it vehicle parts, so on and so forth. But the value of Korean export to India for the same category of item that we also export back is much higher. That is resulting in trade deficit. Because the quality contained in the Korean export is high compared to the quality content that we see for the Indian export. So we cannot compete with Korea in the short run when it comes to the trade part of the game. But what can happen is, in India we have surplus of engineers, doctors, and a very good supply of human capital resources which can be used for the technology sector in Korea. One thing which comes to my mind are the government between these two countries are willing to give recognition to the certificate. For instance, if I am passing out from IIT, which is considered to be one of the best institutes in India, do I get that recognition if I were to apply for a job in Korea? Because that will be part of your service sector. Right? So mutual recognition of certificates issued across institutes of interest. Another thing is the nursing, because we have been talking about India has a huge demographic dividend. Now the government of Japan, they have made an arrangement with our Ministry of Ayush or the healthcare, saying that we are willing to take nurses from your country, but the catch is they have to actually clear the Japanese language entrance examination. Now it's like a catch-22 situation, because if you ask the poor nurse who doesn't have that much amount of money, she has to go for 1 year of training without knowing that whether she will qualify in that written exam, which will actually allow her to take to Japan. Okay? So if we kind of, if there is a way to create some kind of complementarity in the services sector, I think that would be a great thing in terms of this new-found relationship between India and South Korea. And that is something you can actually negotiate with the trade deficit that we are having with respect to market-based items. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You already covered my next questions already. Okay, anyway, if I interpret your speaking into my world, some manufacturing capacity building and technology capacity building from Korea to India is a kind of some bright sign, but the kind of some infrastructures participation in India from Korea and utilize your wonderful human capitals, and also our activity is lower than the manufacturing sector. You emphasize the service sector. I think very good. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. So I will take a clue from the point which Professor Sandeep has just mentioned about the two important developments that if we go back in 1990s. India faced a balance of payment crisis, and India came up with a new policy, what called Luki's policy, and then now the policy is known as an Act East Asia policy, and now we have given another name to it, that is an Indo-Pacific. The focus is on the Indo-Pacific region. So when India come up with this East Asia policy, that India started diversifying its market from west to Southeast Asian countries. So South Korea, that it was a natural choice for India because of economic models which South Korea was following at that time. At the same time, the strategic interest and the security interest that which strongly converge with South Korea. So if you look at South Korea's strategic interest, the South Korea has concern with North Korea and China. And if you look at India, India has it's a strategic and security concern with Pakistan and China. So China is common between the two countries. So at the same time, the resolution of USSR and India moved closer to US, and that also brought, because US and South Korea both are strategic allies. So that basically brought two countries together in terms of their economic operations, in terms of their strategic cooperation is concerned. But over the last 30 years, in fact I would say the last 15 to 20 years, we have signed a large number of MOUs and sort of treaties or sort of agreements which we have signed. But what we need at the moment, we need to take a hard look on those MOUs which we have signed in the last 10 to 15 years. What is the progress and where we are in terms of enhancing our cooperation? Whether it is related to social security arrangements or it is related to peaceful use of nuclear energy, science and technology, joint coastal guard exercise. There are several other areas that where we have entered into a memorandum of understandings. As far as their bilateral relationship is concerned, that we need to look at it that both the countries have limited foreign policy human resources. Because South Korea focused more on addressing its concern with North Korea and China. At the same time, India focuses more on China and Pakistan. So as a result of that, both the countries are not able to deploy the amount of foreign policy human resources for enhancing their bilateral cooperation. So that's the important point, that both the countries need to invest more in terms of boosting their diplomatic ties, and which has improved in the last 5-6 years, or I would say the last 1 decade. And another important point that which I would like to highlight here, that we also need to look at some of the developments that which has happened. In 2015, the government of India extended the food aid to North Korea. And this particular aid that which we have extended to North Korea, that it was not considered or it was not viewed as well by the South Korea. But at the same time, South Korea also needs to understand that South Korea is also providing some assistance, some military assistance, or in a sense that some infrastructure development projects which are going in this China-Pakistan economic corridors. So India has concern when it comes to Pakistan. Similarly, the South Korea has concerns. So when two countries they have their strategic and security concerns, so they need to find out that each country has to balance out its relations. That India cannot completely ignore its relationship with North Korea, and similarly South Korea cannot do it. So small development should not be taken in such a serious manner that they can basically disturb the relationship between the two countries. And I think that we need to come out of this particular things. And moreover, now we have reached at a situation that we need not to look at bilateral relationship, because India-South Korea relationship needs to be analyzed and needs to be comprehended in the context of regional, multilateral context, because regional issues are also getting a lot of importance, and where both the countries can contribute together. Taken an example of climate change, taken an example of decarbonization, taken an example of clean economy. So these are the areas where India also needs support. India needs technology from South Korea. And I think that South Korea can be a technology supplier to India and can play a very important role in India's achieving green energy targets that which we have set up for the next 2 to 3 years. So these are some of the important areas which we need to understand, and that the cooperation between the two countries needs to be strengthened, particularly on the economic front and strategic front, and also on the security fronts. So if both the countries focus on these areas, definitely we can take our relationship to the next level, and which is extremely important for both the countries. Thank you.
Thank you. You especially emphasize the science and technologies, the climate changes, in terms of technology or from some global corporations. So it's a very good point, I think. Yes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Chu. One of the challenge for the last speaker is all the points are already I will try to manage to share some of my perspectives. Actually, when we look into the India-Korea relations and there are several initiatives which are already highlighted and emphasized, but the way in which that we look into the India-Korea relations in terms of trade and investment, it is not that as reached. There is a lot of potentials and opportunities, but not as explored much. Particularly when you look into India-Korea trade, we of course have a huge trade deficit. India is having a huge trade deficit, and collectively we have around something around 30 billion US dollar. But when you look into the sector-specific India trade relationship, and if you also see in terms of India-Korea investment relations, Korean investors are investing in India. I think around since 2008 we have around 2,000 Korean investors in India. But if you look into Indian investors in Korea, it is only about 43 numbers since 2008, if I see based on the data. And in terms of overall investment value also, it is very much in line with the parts and components of trade between India and Korea, particularly in the field of electronics, electrical components, automobiles, and railways and road vehicle equipments and so on. So there is actually a lot of complementary, and if you look into the parts and components trade, is almost balanced. But of course, when you look into the aggregate India-Korea trade, there is a huge trade deficit. And the way in which we see the CIPA and in terms of the second round of negotiations also, there is a concern that the major concern is the trade deficit that we are experiencing with respect to the Korea. But we have to see from the perspective of the strengthening the value chain integration, and where very recently South Korea is also emphasizing more on supply chain resilience, and there are several initiatives Government of India has also taken in terms of strengthening the value chain integration under the production linked incentives and Make in India initiatives. So though we could not able to catch up, but I think we are in the right track, and I believe that with the ongoing policies and ease of doing business and other policy measures, we could able to attract more foreign investments from Korea, and also there is a lot more needs to be done in terms of people-to-people connectivity, because still that is where that lapse. Because when I see that India-ASEAN relations under the Act East policy, the level of investment that we are having, though there is a difference in culture and other aspects, but still we could be able to make a very good relation with India and ASEAN, but compared to Korea, it is not much. So there is a lot of potential, and I think under this KIEP Delhi office that could initiate and that could bridge the gap between India and Korea.
Thank you. We here just have 3 overseas offices: the DC, Washington DC, and Beijing and Delhi. We do not have any overseas office in Asia. ASEAN, probably we will get the okay. And you also emphasize the investment from India to Korea. It is definitely needed to make a strong and healthy GBC, global value chain between both sides. Okay, thank you. Very good point. I prepared another the questions based on your evaluations or something else. What areas should we promote most intensively as the new Korea, India for the next 5 years or the next 50 years? But you already covered it, so to keep the times, I think you already covered, so I do not give you. So now I would like to give you the questions on your appetite sectors. First, Narendra Singh, you are very expert in the trade sector, and you work in the beer sector, in trade and import sector also. You work and so much research in the trade sector also. So some people already said and also the first session When you were the DG, he said, he explained that some of the situations of the FTA of the Indian government, the Modi government, first Modi government, that they stopped any negotiations with the FTA, but now, recently, they start again. Anyway, and also you know very well, at this moment, both countries, we try to conclude our trade negotiations, both countries apart. But still now, I do not have any good news from both sides. So, what is happening? What is the real problems? Everybody knows India have a huge deficit, but I think it is inevitable. In Korea, we also suffering the trade deficit with Japan. It is a kind of gap of the industrial structural problems. So, what do you think about that? What is the main background? You already mentioned India government hesitations into upgrade SEPA accreditations. The SEPA is old FTA, so India government do not have much interested in the old FTA. So
yes. So thank you very much for your question on SEPA. Before I answer this particular question, so I would also like to bring the regional context of India-South Korea relationships, because at the moment we have two narratives which are going on in Indo-Pacific regions. One which is led by China, two mega projects. One is BRI, Belt Road initiatives, and another one is Asian infrastructure investments. So whatever China is doing in the Asia-Pacific region, in the Indo-Pacific regions, or we talk about the Eurasia landmass, so it is around those two initiatives. But at the same time, United States of America, the other narratives that which is developed by United States of America, that it focuses more on Indo-Pacific economic framework, Quad, and there are some other regional initiatives that which are basically there. So I think that both the countries, India and South Korea, they need to accept this truth that we cannot go by the narrative of United States, we cannot go by the narrative of China. So because if we go by the narrative of United States, so we will not be able to reduce that we will have problems with China because we are economically dependent on China. So in terms of India's imports from China, 14% and 15% of India's imports from China, and especially in some of the sectors where our dependence on China is almost 70, 20%, 90%, I would say, in case of pharmaceutical or chapter 84 and 85. Similarly, 22% of South Korea imports from China. So we cannot completely ignore China that if we take that our strategic and security interests are more aligned with the United States of America. So the best way to move forward is that the third way I would say that I think that India and South Korea needs to find out that wherever they have strategic interests aligned with US, that it should remain with US. And because we should not become a victim of the power rivalry of these two countries, the United States and China. And if we become the victims, so we are going to pay the economic cost for it. So it should be very clear for both the policymakers. This is my personal view, which I feel that we should be very cautious about our economic interests. Because if there is instability in the region because of the power rivalry or power contest between the two countries, and the countries which are going to suffer the most are India and the South Korea. And now your questions regarding the comprehensive economic partnership negotiations, and we have 8 or 9 round of negotiations we are not able to reach. So in fact, one has to look at it that everyone points out the issue of trade deficit, that because our trade deficit after signing comprehensive economic partnership agreement, that it has increased significantly in the last 10 to 12 years. See that India is on the downstream, India is on the upstream side of the value chain, and South Korea is on the downstream. So whatever products South Korea is exporting to India, they are basically the high value added products. So they fetch more value add compared to the compared to country which is on the upstream side of the value we export. So naturally, that any trade agreement which you sign, that it can never be a win-win situation for any country. You find out any trade agreement that where trade deficit has not increased on either side. So definitely, some of the areas one country gains, some of the areas one country lose. So we basically need to move out. And at the same time, we also need to find out that imports are not necessarily bad for the country. Sometimes imports are very critical. To take an example of China, that how China became a factory of iPhone mobile manufacturing. And the value which is basically added by China by exporting iPhone is very small. But if you look at the cumulative value of exports, it's a significant value, and China fetches a lot of value out of it. So imports are not to be seen as a level, I would say, or as bad for the country. And then when it comes to the negotiations and the substantive part of the negotiations, and where the problem arises between the two countries. So I will underline some of the sectors. See, the tariff is one of the areas where the negotiations are not moving forward. Non-tariff areas, which is extremely important in case of India-South Korea negotiations, because I share a very small example. A South India-based company called ENG, which manufacture air compressors, and they export air compressors to more than 100 countries. Because I've actually dealt with this particular issue. South Korean government, it has come up with the regulations called New Energy Efficiency Norms in 2017 and 2018, if I correctly remember. So this company, because as a part of this new regulation which has come up in South Korea, that the motor which is fitted in industrial air compressors, that it needs to be tested in South Korea. So which essentially means that any consignment which is going from this ENG manufacturing facility to South Korea, that each and every motor is to be tested at the local level in South Korea. And there is a cost for it, and there is a delay in terms of testing because it takes time. So as a result of that, this company is not able to export. And I was personally involved in this particular matter, and I pushed to Department of Commerce to find out a solution to this issue. But somehow that, again, the point which Professor Bani has just pointed out, that we also need to look at mutual recognition arrangements, which is extremely important. Because the BIS, the Bureau of Indian Standards, the body which basically issues certifications for Indian industrial products, and it is not accepted in South Korea. So similarly, we need to find out the product items, because it restricts India's market access in South Korea. So these issues, I think that we need to come up with what we call a schedule of annexures when the way we negotiate tariff-related issues. I think that with respect to each tariff line, we also need to have clear guidelines with respect to the applications of non-tariff measures. I completely understand that food safety concerns or the product items which are going to the South Korean market, that it should be safe, and it should be a high quality product, and the safety should be the utmost priority. So it should basically pass the risk assessment procedures that which we call about under the SKF and PBT agreement. Now coming to the Indian side, that if you look at it, in fact, I'm just sharing a couple of examples that India has come up with called Keynote rules. They are basically, India has made some amendment with respect to its custom regulations when you file a bill of entry at a port. So what that the certificate of origin which is issued by a Korean firm, and on the basis of that, Indian importing firm will take the benefit of preferential market access, because that certificate shows that this product is actually manufactured in South Korea. But when India introduced these regulations, and India had made it mandatory for the Indian firms to maintain the record of all bill of entries, all certificate of origin for the last 5 years. And in case there is any doubt with respect to the authenticity and the truthfulness of the informations which certificate of origin contains, that the custom officials has the right has the right to refuse the preferential market access benefit. So one can understand that this can basically restrict market access of South Korean firms to Indian firms. So South Korea has already raised this issue at a World Trade Organization. I think that these issues also need to be discussed in bilateral context. And I think that we are already running out of time. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. We have not enough time. But I want to give you one question. Just please say very shortly. If we already talked much the China issues. We understand India has much trade deficit rather than Korea from the China. So, but if I were India, the policymakers, I think it would be more reasonable to reduce the trade deficit from China by expanding market access with Korea. Is it reasonable?
Yes, it is possible. So what is needed that I think that see that the product items, what India needs to do to reduce its dependence on China, that India needs to find out, Indian policymakers and industry associations needs to find out the firms which are importing in large quantity from China and should do consultation with those firms, and at the same time, and the South Korean policymakers and industry associations should explore the possible opportunities at a price which China is basically supplying to India. So can South Korean firms supply even closer to that particular amount? So because it's more about connecting, because when you are talking about shifting supply chain from one country to another country for sourcing, because we need to look at the underlying factors. So what is important that the buyer and the seller, because there may be certain product items which can be imported, and there is a potential to import from South Korea, and similarly South Korea can import from India. And that basically requires that how we connect our buyer and seller. Because see that in international trade, buyer and sellers, once they enter into a kind of arrangement, it is very difficult for them to break that arrangement, break their contract. Because see that how they can trust on a new supplier, and how new supplier can assure that he is going to supply the product at similar price, he is going to supply the product having same level of quality and as well as on the delivery time. So there are several other aspects. I think that there is an opportunity that which can be explored, and an exercise can be done to identify the product items. And maybe initially what we can do that we can go with 20 product items where we can do this exercise, and we can bring the industry associations of two countries together and to find out that how trade can happen in these product items in which India is currently importing from China and South Korea is importing from India.
There are so many issues, but we have to turn to another issues, the ODA issues, development, the corporations. Dr. Dan, as you know, he is a very expert in the ASEAN and also the development of corporations and connectivity infrastructures. So first sessions are Dr. Kim already in his presentations. As you know, well, except India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, even Nepal, they all keep the partner for Koreans ODAs, but India is not. But you know well, 2015, the summit between both, we already have agreed a kind of some 1 billion credit line, including the 1 billion EDCF Economic Development Cooperation Fund. But until now, as far as I know, one project is fixed. You know, 170 billion US dollars. Million dollars, yeah, to install the ITC service between the Mumbai to Nagpur, 7 kilometers highway. That's all. So I think it's so late. We already get the agreement in the 2015. So is there anything to improve so fast. And if you have any good examples like India and Japan and another developed country, so if you have any good idea, please tell us.
Well, I mean, one diplomat in service or retired can better answer, like Mohan Kumar in the organization. They have the insights of working with the government. But if I may add here, see, the development cooperation aid from a government to government, G to G, it depends on many factors. India is coming up one big global power, and India has to do lots of aid giving to many countries. Now, particularly that 17-kilometer stretch for which $170 million between Mumbai and Nagpur road section. This is a sovereign loan that Korea, I think, Koisa extended, Koika, extended to National Highway Authority of India, to Government of India. Now, your question is why there is so much reluctance taking. If we have the 1 billion that leaders have identified in 2015, the realization is from Indian side is so low. Basically, if you see that India looks at the India-Korea trade is a kind of competition. We have an agreement, we have a facilitation, we have big thing in mind, but what Professor Misra is reminding that they look at it as a competition because the deficit is growing. And in services, which is really difficult to capture, invisible, and so much data, fudging, and unavailability of clear data. So this is, we look at it, services comes, goods come, we balance the deficit with the surplus. Since it is a net deficit, India, again my personal view, that India will always be uncomfortable if you extend one unit of line of credits to the country which is having a deficit. And this is a very common with Japan as well. Well, I mean, what is the way forward here? I think let the EDCF is there because it is your commitment to the OECD and Economic Development Cooperation Fund, which you are utilizing all over the world. For India, way forward means, if I may, think that why don't we utilize more Korean grant, commercial loan in the country? One is that then as the way India has been doing, or Japan has been doing, is that country-specific fund. 1 billion 2015, but let's you come out with, again, my naive suggestion, India Cooperation Fund. Think about this way, and which areas, the areas which are the India is looking for great support. In the morning discussion, Ambassador Kumar and the professor who is from your Science and Technology Department who spoke online and recorded us. That climate, green energy, transition to the green energy, climate issues, infrastructure, regional connectivity, digital cooperation, these are the new areas, where you may like to extend. Whatever happened in 2015, we could not utilize it. But let's make a big new effort. Country-specific, India-specific fund, looking at, the new agenda. By the way, 2009 we had this bilateral agreement. You took time to capture the market, and this is, I think, compared to that, today so many Korean organizations are here in the country. So many Korean companies are doing it. So environment is different. So this is the right time, relatively speaking, again, that you may like to come out with an India-specific development cooperation
fun and in the new emerging areas where India is looking for some technology, some collaboration, joint ventures, some kind of engagements. So I think this is the way we can start. Last, if you tell, if you suggest for a vision, you need an action, right, to reach that vision. And in the action, if I go in the morning discussion, we need to prioritize. Ambassador Kumar, my former chairman, he said it very rightly, strategic areas and non-strategic areas. To an economist, actually strategy is the subject of Professor Misra. We don't use much strategy. So even then, I'm convinced by many others. So here you can identify which could be the strategic areas for Koreans to do business in India. And the gentleman sitting at the end who is working on the electronic vehicle. So those are the areas, you can have kind of new ideas, new lines of credit through your Exim Bank or through your other organizations. And I think let's make a new beginning. And non-strategic areas, yeah, we can come out of it. The market ranks in that place. So thank you. I stop here.
Thank you. The ODA issue is very complicated and we have too much discussion. But the time limitations, I have to turn the next issue to investment. Before we already mentioned the Korean activity, the FDI activity in India is not bad. But just compared to another country like Japan, and even the Korean investment to Vietnam or China, really, I cannot say the figures. The Korean activity in India is very weaker than another case. So, how specifically should the government or companies on both sides do that investment can dramatically increase? It's not easy question, but do you have some specific ideas before? And when I made the report in that times, for example, I recommend the Korean government to make the Korean oriented the industrial zone, like the Japanese the industrial zone, such as in the case. And also I try to ask the suggestions like the smart city project, with a kind of some building industrial zone. So like this, do we have any specific idea, Ben, or you are the very expert in the investment?
So I will touch upon 2 or 3 areas, and then you can complement. So the first is the digitization. This is something we have been talking since morning. Now, if you look into in the year 2013, if I am not mistaken, the amount of digital transaction which was happening was in the tune of close to $2.5 billion. And fast forward to 2021, it has increased. Now I think it's beyond $9 trillion. And in terms of startup ecosystem, we are also looking for a big amount of money in addition to the smart city. Because right now, as we speak, the size of the Indian startup ecosystem is close to 3 lakh crore rupees. It's huge. And also, you will find some of the sectors, which of course fall in the ambit of the services sector, you have huge potential to invest. For instance, health. For instance, tourism. Now, the latest growth numbers suggest that these are the sectors which are growing in excess of 16% on a year-to-year basis. Now, again, compared to some of the Southeast Asian countries, we have not done enough in terms of developing our tourism sector, where I think Korean investment can come and help us to develop our tourism sector, which has got huge potential. I think one of you were mentioning about that prince, doing our history. And I understand there are many Korean tourists who actually come and visit that place of it is there. Yeah. So if we can look into this in addition to infrastructure. These are the low-hanging fruits, where I think Korean investment. The other thing is, of course, MSME, our medium and small size enterprises. They are looking for funds. And again, last year, in terms of the fund being disbursed to the MSME sector, it has happened never in the history of India, almost 60%, 6 lakh crore rupees were given to the MSME sector. And these are the areas that this loan are given at a higher rate of interest. Okay? And the loan default on part of the MSME sector is again very small compared to the large industry. Okay, so there maybe the government should find out ways where the commercial bank in Korea find a way to invest in, let's say, startups, tourism, or healthcare, recreation, or for that matter, MSME sector. Yeah. So maybe you can add.
Thank you. So I see a lot of scope and potential to strengthen the India-Korea investment. One of the key things is enabling the startup between India and Korea. As per the data is concerned, most of the, of course there is a lot of incremental in India-Korea startup initiatives, mostly on healthcare, education and technology, and some of the software IT-based services sectors, but not much on the startup on the manufacturing. But Korea is very good in manufacturing and production based, but there is no much of a startup initiated between India and Korea on manufacturing sector, where there is a lot of scope which can be done in case of India. Of course, there is a lot of constraints in the ease of doing business which are trying to bridge those gaps in terms of facilitating and trying to initiate several reforms where the startups can be even more possible in the manufacturing sector as well. Because that is where you can actually bring a lot of new ideas and you can attract youth in terms of trying to initiate a lot of manufacturing initiatives in the India-Korea startup initiatives. Secondly, Dr. Kim already in his presentation highlighted the clusters of India's investment and Korean investment in India. So through which also we can able to identify the majority of Korean investments in India, and based on that also we can propose the industrial zone specifically, which you also emphasized on it. But if at all you want to strengthen Korean investment in India, we have to attract more Korean MSMEs in India. So it is not just large players coming in and investment in India which will strengthen the supply chain. Because when any large investors or large players come into any particular country, they also wanted to make sure the supply chain is also intact. So unless you, either you develop the supply chain in India or you try to bring and your own MSMEs to invest in India. So for that you need a clustering. So you need to make sure that the clustering is all in place and you can able to at least initiate the process of strengthening the supply chain in such a way that you can attract more Korean investment. Why that is not actually happening when compared to Vietnam, where it has a geographical location, and most of the investment in Vietnam is more related to the regional value chain integrations, which is not actually happening in the case of India. So you have to give the direction towards strengthening the value chain integration between India and Korea, and I think that's where we can attract more Korean investment in India.
Okay, thank you. We need more discussions, but I have to turn another issues. Dr. Sanjay Mishra, you are the only panel today who is an expert on the international relations, the security, and you are also teaching the students. Your major is the Korean studies. So you know very well the last month, the end of last year, so our government officially opened Korean versions of the Indo-Pacific strategies. So India already have your own Indo-Pacific strategy. My general question first, what is the similarities and what is the difference between both sides? And also, under the Indo-Pacific era, which area or which project or which something to do jointly under the Indo-Pacific era between both Korea and India?
I think actually I wanted to say something about the previous issue which you have been discussing in a very brief actually thing. You know, I came to, let's say, because economic, like expert of economics are there here, and what comes to my mind that if the problem between India and South Korea economic cooperation is only economics, then we may have some solution. We may have some experts who can come in and they can give their input. Like actually recently I read a paper of Professor Banik on India, Korea, wrote with somebody else actually, some Korean, India-Korea SIPA, published in last year. So there are solutions for economic problem, but there is difficult solution for trust problem. So my issue is that basically, be it SIPA, be it I think ODA, the question you asked. So for that we need to emphasize that somehow our people-to-people connect must be increased. And people-to-people connect through education, through state initiative, through non-governmental initiatives. Why am I emphasizing that? Because you know, in India, lots of people, they know about BTS. You know, in the smaller cities of India, people are, especially younger generation, they are big fan of BTS. But somehow, government of India, government of Korea, or say other, you can say our private sector, they have not been able to connect those people about our mutual interests and how we are close to each other, how we are natural partners. So if we are able to, through education, through, you can say, state initiative, we can connect people, we can create a kind of, you can say, we become known to each other. Then probably we will be able to solve many of our economic issues. Otherwise, the trust deficit would be there, the hesitation would be there, and this idea, this problem is that both India and South Korea, we have been playing safe. And I'm saying safe means they don't want to put anything beyond a limit, and that creates, you can say, a kind of, you can say, limitations to our economic growth rate. Suppose our bilateral trade or investment, it has been growing, but it can't grow beyond this point because we are having certain. So I think that part is important. And I think coming to Indo-Pacific, I think there is something called Indo-Pacific strategy. This word has become very popular. Quad countries, they have Indo-Pacific strategy. Several other countries, they have come out with something called Japan says that Indo-Pacific vision. Southeast Asian country, ASEAN, they say that framework, outlook for Indo-Pacific. So all the countries, they have been using the word Indo-Pacific strategy, vision, outlook, framework, European countries also. But the meaning is basically slightly different in most of the cases. And I found that even the most closer meaning, closer you can say intent in Indo-Pacific strategy is basically India and South Korea. At this point of time, in Indo-Pacific area, there are two big narratives. One is that China, through AIIB innovation and BRI, they are trying to create their own economic order, or through other, you can say, South China Sea, East China Sea, Indian Ocean, they are also a new security order they have been looking for. So this is one model which we have in front of us. The second model is Indo-Pacific strategy, in which especially United States, Australia and Japan, India is also part of that, but I think India is probably the most reluctant partner. Actually, for many years we have been saying that India has been. So this is the second model, that how we are going to counter China. How we are going to have alternate, free, open, inclusive, you can put as many adjectives you want. A different model which we are having. And probably both India and South Korea. We don't want that these two big meta-narratives confront with each other. Because if they fight, if they compete with each other, our policy options are going to be restricted. Both India and South Korea. Actually, at this point of time, India needs a stable region for, let's say, at least 15-20 years. South Korea also wants a similar, you can say, future. And for that matter, rather than taking side between US and China, both of us, we are concerned about China and China's behavior. At the same time, we don't want to create a very overtly military kind of, say, alignment kind of thing, or say ASEAN NATO against China. But I think if we read, let's say, around 40 pages of Indo-Pacific in November last year, I think I found that India's position and South Korea's position has been quite similar. We are concerned about China, but we don't want to go to the extent creating an ASEAN NATO in this area. We want a stable, peaceful region for at least 15-20 years. And I think that our common interest must be educated to our students, our policymakers, to our other, you can say, experts who are writing newspapers, and through that, we can create a trust. We can create, I was talking about long-term reciprocity. Then we realize we can take help from experts like 4 people here, I think they are studying about India and South Korea. They can provide their input from Korean side also, and we can solve all the economic issues. That's my opinion, though I'm not from economics, but broadly I can see we can solve it only if you start like putting input in, say, education, cultural connects, connecting people with each other. Thank you.
Thank you. If I summarize your say, definitely Indo-Pacific Era, Korea and India is like-minded country with weak mutual trust.
Yes.
I think. But anyway, we have to go more, okay? Thank you so much. Would you give us some detail in the cooperations between both in the education sector, because it is very short.
I think education sector, we have been, I think there have been at least more than 10 to 15 government and private institutions who have been teaching Korean language in India. And there are at least 4 universities, I think Dr. John Joji is there, he is going to establish something in Kerala. So there are many places where Korean studies is also coming up. Similarly in Korea, I think lots of, I think recently Busan visited, Dr. Lee had actually started, he became director. So lots of universities and research institutes, they are having India experts, India centers. So it's going up, both the countries, especially Korean government have been supporting through Korean embassy in India. So I think educational exchanges have been improving in both the countries, but I think more must be done. And one more thing I think I will tell you about education. Actually, I have been dealing with Korean studies for the last 22 years. And my experience is that in the last 3-4 years, more and more good students in India, they are getting attracted to Korean study. Earlier, good students, they used to choose European studies, American studies, some other you can say. But now I think more and more good students, they are opting for Korean study. So I think they are going to be the future leader, and they are going to put lots of input to good relations. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Now we have just only 20 minutes. Before start, I have enough time because one panelist is not absent, not attend this year, his panel. So, but just only we have 20 minutes. But now I would like to open the floor. Anybody have any questions or comments? Please show me hands up. Raise your hand. Okay. Yes.
Thank you so much, speakers. My first question is to the fourth speaker. Sir, the main basis when you're studying a crash course on business is that it doesn't matter what the standard of the product is, it matters which product reaches the market first. And China has been following this motto for many years. So at the same time, I want to ask, why is it that the international standard regulations is so tough on Indian products when it is very welcoming of Chinese products just because it reaches second question is to Professor Sandeep Sharma. In one of the crash courses in Harvard, Korean studies was introduced as, do you know BTS Squid Game? So how would you introduce Indian studies in a Korean universities if you were making a course curriculum in knowing that what soft power relations are between India and Korea? Thank you.
And also another questions or comments, anybody? Okay, please.
Thank you. My name is John. I teach international relations at ENG University, Kerala. My question to the panel, anybody could ask, answer, because one of the things about Korean business in India is that we are not able to develop any kind of joint ventures. I mean, there are no successful models of joint ventures. Perhaps if you could elaborate or give some sense of why is that the case? Is there something peculiar about the gaps in the business cultures or whatever that it is? But other thing that I want to ask, one of the ways in which the India-Korea relations is defined as a strategic partnership, a special strategic partnership for that matter. Well, this is a diplomatic jargon which has been around for quite some time, but given the fact that diplomacy, the language is very important, diplomacy as aspirational, sometimes it captures as a descriptive description that captures the nature of the relationship. If, in your opinion, what actually strategic about India-Korea relations, and what is the strategic strategic aspects of India-Korea relations in your perspective? If you could elaborate, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, thank you for all your comments. I have two questions. One is that I think it was mentioned that we do, like India and South Korea, they do have a lot of potential, but they are trying to play it safe. Would you say this is the reason why many of the there have been talks about cooperation for emerging technologies like cybersecurity, space, AI? There have been talks. I think there were several MOUs that were signed in 2018 and 22 as well. But throughout the years, we haven't seen a lot of progress in cooperation in these areas between South Korea and India. Is this also one of the reasons why, or are there any potential other reasons as well?
You are the last question, okay?
I'm Abhishek Sharma, I'm a PhD scholar, and my area focuses on geopolitics and interaction with emerging technologies. I would like to take forward her question, Meghla's question, particularly on the issue of emerging tech. But India has, in the recent times, shown more tendency to develop their own domestic technologies. One example is of 4G technology, which the government has supported and invested a lot, especially 4G standards, and BSNL has been at the forefront of taking that. So, is there any possibility of both countries working in kind of setting standards in International Telecommunication Union, or for example, as she mentioned, for example, in area of cyber crimes, where both countries like South Korea and India both haven't signed the Budapest Convention on cyber crimes because they have reservation regarding sharing of data. So there are a lot of areas where both countries have similar positions, but due to the kind of alliances and partnership they have with especially West and its disagreement with China, it kind of restricts. So, like when my question would be, when there is so much convergence between both countries, what stops both countries to work in areas which both can leverage in economic and strategic sense? Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry, I do not have more other questions.
Last one.
Because, really last, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the nice speech and talk everyone did. I'm Dr. Ramesh from Omega CT Mobility. I had the engineering section. Ours is an electric vehicle manufacturing firm, and we have many JVs with Korean companies also. Some of the points that I need to emphasize regarding the Korean and Indian relationships are, we should be focusing about some kind of non-rare earth metals for the electric vehicles. What are the prospects for that? And the Korean embassy and KIEP should be helping us and other companies also regarding that. And the second point is regarding the energy storage solutions. Apart from lithium, some hydrogen or the other prospects in which some Korean companies and some Indian companies like us can have a JV. So these are the two things that I want to put on. Thanks a lot.
Oh, there are so many questions, but we have time limit. And please answer the questions, and including your last remarks, because okay, if you have more, please.
Quickly, I think others can look at the questions raised by the participants. The one which talked about the standards, the first question, why it is difficult for India to crack the standard. I think if you read too much media news, you will come out with this kind of queries. India can't, penetrate the market looking at the standards. I think those who are dealing with the company level, they know it better. Why China is successful in coming out with, conformity standards, because there's a demand for the goods here, and they can adjust to the Indian products. So I think I need to be very broad in the sense. If we go beyond, it will be technical discussion, we get to a bilateral discussion, everything. Example, Bangladesh is the one largest exporter in the garments. How could Bangladesh can do at $136 billion annual? Because it was driven by the multinationals. Second is those multinationals introduced the global standard to them, and which they have been following. This is, a story tells lots of things, lots of insights. So it would be good that we should not do a knee-jerk reaction on India cannot. There are many products where India has also achieved global standards, and they are doing well. And we can have more discussion bilaterally about that. So I stop here.
Thank you. I think Dr. John Joji asked me about strategy. I think, India and South Korea, we have 2010 strategic partnership, 2015 special strategic partnership. But people say that the content is very thin. Actually, what happened that strategic partner, India has strategic partner with South Korea, with Japan, with China, with United States. So sometimes we are confused that what do we mean by strategic partnership? So really, it's a very, it's a very misused or rather overused term, strategy. And unless we put content into it, it has no meaning. It may look very, very promising word, but I think until we put substantial content into it, so I think both India and South Korea, that's why I said they need to be less, like playing less safe. And they should try to, suppose we should be looking for South Korea, some statement when India and China border problem happens, or say India, Pakistan, some problem happens. Similarly, South Korea would also like to have your comment about Dokdo issue. Some other you can say, we are playing safe. So if you are playing safe, there is a limitation. So that's what I would like to say. And until you bring those things, strategy means you cooperate on. Right now we have just any cyber and other, you can say, exchange between Pakistan and North Korea. That intelligence information we share. Apart from that, I don't know anything specific strategy, especially in non-economic domain, which we have. Now coming to your question about Indian study, I think it's a vicious cycle. More and more people get interested in Korea and India, more and more educational institutions are going to be created, more and more educational institutions are created, more and more experts are actually interested people are going to be produced in that country. So it's a vicious, virtuous cycle, and I think it has started both in South Korea and India. So we should be hopeful. Actually, when we were talking about several problems in India-South coalition, please keep in mind that we have achieved a lot in last 30 years. So it's not that we are lamenting actually, we are saying we have achieved a lot. But that's one way to look at our relationship. Another way to look at it is that in last 30 years, what we could have achieved more. So this is basically a discussion about what we could have achieved more and how we are going to take our relationship further from here. So it's not a pessimistic discussion here. It's an optimistic, and I feel the virtual cycle has started. Both the countries, they are trying to connect people and culture. Hopefully it will happen. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your questions on Indian and Chinese standards. So, of course, I concur with my friend Professor Praveer there. See that we also need to look at it that the standards in specific sectors. You can take an example of toy sector. China exports toy to the world market. We are also a net importer in case of toys from China. And recently we have included this particular sector under our PLI schemes, and we are developing toy park. So see that we also need to understand the capacity of our players in that particular sector, because toy sector is not a organized sector. And at the same time, what we have been doing that we have recently introduced quality standards, not only in toy sector, but there are a number of sectors where you can find out. And unfortunately, we do not understand that how these regulations are going to apply on a diverse set of players which are in a particular sector. You can take an example. So we have a large player, we have a small players. And when we have a regulation in our country, when we have a quality standard in our country, so how we can assume that the capacity which a large player has, and the same capacity a small player is also having to comply with the particular standards. But at the same time, we also need to look at it when it comes to application of quality standard in terms of our imports. Because now what we are trying to use, we are trying to protect our market because we have limited options as far as using traditional trade policy instruments. So we are relying more on more non-tariff measures. So like it's very it's very surprising that if you are importing power transformer in our country or you are importing electric iron, that you can have a same regulation. See that you need to look at the degree of risk. In case of power transformer, it is an industrial product, and whereas electric iron, it is a home appliances. Its end user is different as compared to the power transformer. So unfortunately, we have one regulation which applies on two different set of products that from a same industry, and they have different purposes and they have different end users. So I think that we are not able to understand the diversity which exists and the heterogeneous aspects which exist in a particular sector. Without understanding those facts, if we come up with quality standards, ultimately see that we are going to pay the cost, and lots of Indian export manufacturers, they are crying at the moment, sir, we are not able to import because of the quality standards which you have imposed, without giving a proper thought to it. Because we are an exporter, we need raw material from Germany, we need raw material from Italy. How we can import it? Our buyer sitting in the United States is saying that you need to source the raw material from Germany. So without understanding the value chain model, the way products are manufactured, if we apply standards just in a view that we want to restrict imports, it will not work for our country. Okay, thank you.
No, I think most of it. First of all, the question of the standard. I think it's more pertinent to the perishable item as opposed to the manufactured item, because we have a clause called sanitary and phytosanitary sanction in the WTO. And the question is, what may sound good for consumption in, let's say, South Korea, may not be thought as good for consumption, maybe United States or Japan. So this kind of argument a particular country take on the basis of their own standard. So, and this is something you cannot actually go and find out in the WTO. So this kind of things are going to stay, and I think we, for instance, India is one of the largest exporter of milk product. But to source the milk product, you have, it's not possible for us to be standard because you have to go to each and every cattle shed. Logistically, it's not possible. So I think across the country, one should be mindful of this kind of things which are doable and things which are not doable. And I think that's my point in this.
So one of the questions from the gentleman who actually said that most of the foreign investment in India is on wholly owned subsidiary, but since 2008 there are about 2,000 foreign firms invested in India, and not all are wholly owned subsidiary. There are significant number which is also joint ventures. They have collaborated with India as well, and there are other questions related to potential foreign investments in the energy sector. There are increasing number. Very recently, there are a lot of investments in the energy sector as well, and mostly on the renewable energy, which I found. But I could not able to say the data very clearly to explore my documents. But otherwise, I find that some of the investments are also there in the renewable energy sector.
Okay, thank you. 2 hours go very fast, I think. And still, my panelists, they are energetic at this moment. So if I give you more time, they can go more, but I would like to start here. So, thank you so much. You are very wonderful, and all of you, my visiting scholar, is the asset of here. I told you, you are here, one of here colleagues. Thank you so much.
Ambassador at large.
Thank you so much. And as we expected, today is a very rich and fruitful discussions that took place, I think. I don't think I can summarize everything, but I would like to say one thing. It is very difficult to deepen bilateral relations without tangible results. And many policies or projects made in the past as well as today also. But without actions, all will be a kind of apathy and a kind of diplomatic effort. So I hope this year, the anniversary of diplomatic ties between Korea and India, and it will be year of action rather than words. So the specific actions make mutual trust stronger. Your intervention. So KIEP Delhi office will do it pass. And now I start these sessions. Thank you so much, all of my colleagues, my panelists, and all of participants to attend to the end. Thank you so much.
I'd like to send my really deep gratitude to all of you, the participants, for the celebrating my institution KIEP's opening the Delhi office, and also we were very fruitful talks actually today, and especially I'd like to thank our old boys, or KIEP old boys. Visiting scholars from India, and I hope that the connection and cooperation will continue in the future. And so today, my feeling is that you have many good questions, which shows that you have a great interest between the relations between the two countries. And I think that. What I can promise to you is that the Delhi office will make an honest effort to enhancing the relations And once again, thank you very much for your cooperation and your time and sharing time with us. 감사합니다.